in this world today, we have the two forces that we have to choose from. And it is that we can choose one direction or another direction.
no.
And in those settings, of course, we have then the people that are going to be supporting the things
Hold
that
on
are
a
good,
second.
and
One
some
moment,
people are going to be
please.
supporting the things that are bad.
You guys
So
can't
we
hear
have
that, right? Oh, here we
choice.
go.
And when we make our choices, we continue to grow in that direction.
You guys don't hear anything?
No, we hear it.
Oh,
And then
Oh, okay.
jätikat. Näitä oli assuoni, huolto. Ei siitä ei ole, standard ei ole. Ei jätikat. Niin ollo. Jos ei tekee hetken ole. Ei diikisi ei jätikat. Otetaan anako sipe, niin ketä huit näitä ole. In the traditional teachings of our people, we're told that we must always be aware of people that will lie to us and will tell us all kinds of things that are not right. And they will cheat us and take things from us. And they will misinform us and they will take from us. And some of them will even take our life, or the life of our loved ones. And all of these things and the teachings of Art Dene come from the being that is Doyash Honi, or sometimes they would say Ayasibatano, where it is the main source is from Black Ye Shin. And it begins not in this life, but in the previous existence in the turquoise world or in the blue world, the second world. That is the time when there was a disagreement among the holy people. And it was that one of them became so aggressive and caused so much contention that he set fire to that world. The actual fire was to actually break up the whole idea of coming into this life to continue to grow in greater awareness. It has something to do with the idea of continually growing. And the Black Ye must have had some disagreement about the way we would continue to grow. And it all comes down to the idea of controlling. And so in this world today, we have the two forces that we have to choose from. And it is that we can choose one direction or another direction. And in those settings, of course, we have then the people that are going to be supporting the things that are good, and some people are going to be supporting the things that are bad. And so we have that choice. And when we make our choices, we continue to grow in that direction. And so in the traditional teachings of our people, we have a noseke, which is to say the continual growth direction. And so we have symbols. And the first symbol that we have is, of course, the way that our hair grows on the top of our head. Sometimes people are confused about saying, what if I have two circles on my head? That's not significant to a lot of the neh. That has nothing to do with it, but it is that the existence of the spiral is there. And it is said to be in the continual growth direction on Oseka. And it is that these markings are also found on the fingertips
I'm on live
the toes.
with Jeff and all the guys, but I'll be
We
careful
must
what I say.
continually grow.
You understand?
And also in where we are placed as the neh, the way the sun, when it enters our hogan in the morning, it goes shambikeh. Shah is the sunlight. Bekeh is that path or that circle that it makes in a continual growth direction. And it is the clockwise spiral. It's the way that the ceremonial baskets are woven. It's the way that we enter our hogan. When we come through the doorway, we go to our left. And so it is that everything that we do in ceremonial settings,
Good morning
always
from the
remind us
Philippines.
that we are to continually grow in greater awareness of things that are good and things that are bad. And so we have to be aware of the bad people, or the people that will lie to us and misdirect us and even take from us the things that we have to have in our lives. And there are many things we have to have in our lives. We have to be able to provide for ourselves. We have to be able to speak to one another without people being offended And it is that we don't go out of our way to make life uncomfortable for other people. We are to be a people of peace. And it is that the continual growth direction. It says that it is up to us. It is our responsibility to be able to grow in greater awareness of good, and also to understand that there are things that are going to distract us that are not good. And there are people that are either good or people that are bad. And it is not easy to be able to distinguish what is good and what is bad. It is that the only way that we would ever really have the opportunity to know is if we are a people that are going to think, are going to plan, and are going to understand that there's a purpose to life. A purpose to life is to continually grow in greater awareness, and then finally to be able to have some hope or faith in the things that we are not able to see out there so plainly. But it is that we're told, and that means it is up to you to be able to know. And the way you know is by asking the holy people. And the only way that you can ask the holy people is in your prayers. And when you receive the information from the holy people, it's not going to be something that just all of a sudden just falls on you. Sometimes you have to wait, you have to watch, you have to observe, and so you have to listen, you have to see. And in some cases, you have to touch or taste or smell to understand, this is right and this is not right. There are things that we are told in the world today that are not good for us, but yet we are told it is good, and we follow along. And that's the other thing that's part of the teaching. That means don't just follow the herd. Don't just follow along. That means they will lead you over the cliff. And it is not a good thing to do. It's just to follow along. You have to determine for yourself what is good and what is not good. And so there are bad people in the world. Bad people can be a bad man, or bad people can be a woman. And it is not limited to either one, being greater in bad things and evil things and that. And that's the other part of the teaching is there is evil. There are things that are being done out there that are just absolutely evil. The taking of life and the taking of minds, the taking of hearts, the taking away of planning, the taking away of thinking, and the taking away of faith and hope.
Vegan Group Therapy Podcast is a space for discussing morality, critiquing the enemies of natural law, and supporting its proponents. Always encouraging them, our friends, and ourselves to do less harm to the world through continued use of shadow work. Shadow work is an arduous, unending journey of internal work, unlearning the negative programming forced upon us since birth. Satanism is not what they taught us on TV. It's not just people who worship the devil or people who play in death metal bands. It's how most people are today, living an eternally selfish lifestyle, ignorant to the laws of natural law. This is the reason we are in trouble today. An activist who does not practice their own principles to the fullest is an activist of nothing. Strict personal adherence to and the passing along of these principles is integral to bringing back balance to our sick society. Please do not kill the messenger. Do not focus on me or anyone else on the show too much, as humans are fallible, but the truth is not. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the ability to come on and speak or defend themselves. A lot of things said on the show may trigger you, but don't forget, getting offended is for bitches. How's it going, everybody? It's been a month.
Woo.
How's everyone been?
Good.
Oh, John Bob's muted.
John Bob's muted.
Uh-oh. Was he speaking?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw it.
Better now?
Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, race lovers here.
Lace Rever.
Lace Rever. What were you saying, John Bob?
Well, you did sound funny. You sounded like Alvin and the Chipmunks when you were reading that, but now you sound better, so I don't really.
Oh, no way.
That's awesome.
It was
That's hilarious.
I have to go back and
speeding
listen
up,
to that.
cutting in and out. You're bang on. Yeah.
Nice.
That's awesome. Maybe it'll be better now.
You guys want to see the cool shirt my mom bought me last year?
Come back in, Adam. Just come back in. Use that same. Use the
Yes.
same link again. Use this link.
Nice.
This link right here. Come back in.
Good. Wait, yeah. Good.
Sick. Is that a hoodie? Fuck yeah.
Yep.
Up, Miles.
First she bought the
How's it
hoodie
going?
and then she- Oh. What were you saying, brother?
I was just saying what's up to Miles. Miles is in the house. I wonder if Miles checked out During Rider yet.
So what we got?
Yeah. So I think Adam wanted to talk about something. If he's gonna come back in, he should come back in. Oh,
Yeah. It's dope.
that's edgy. Whoa, dude. We just saw your whole butt almost.
Oh, I turned my.
I myself.
He's blushing. He's blushing.
He's native. It's cool.
So Passio was on Tripoli this week.
Wow.
Oh.
Tinfoil hat pod.
Tinfoil Hat podcast, one of the biggest conspiracy podcasts that there is.
Yeah.
And it was pretty interesting. There were tons of advertisements. It was like Sam kept having to stop Mark and stuff. Let's see if we get Adam in here.
There he is.
There he is.
Pink.
I can't see myself on the screen because I'm on my phone, but how are you guys?
That's fine. We're good.
Finally, I'm trying to see who's here. Let me try to. I didn't grab my laptop. I was at the last minute. I apologize.
Oh, you're good. You want to introduce yourself?
Oh yeah, yeah. Hey guys, my name's Adam Brooks. I'm actually a military veteran. The Gulf War in '91, and then I was a retired policeman. I was a policeman in New York, and then in Henderson, Nevada. And I'm retired, and I've been living here in the Philippines for the past 7 years. And I had the unfortunate experience to meet someone that you guys are going to discuss and know intricate about. And I think I've talked to some of you already. Is that Lisa? Is Lisa and Kyle here yet?
No, they're not here. They're maybe stopping by. I try not to bug them too much about this stuff.
Yeah, no
but it
problem.
sounded
I spoke to them yesterday,
Yeah,
last night.
I'll text him right now. We'll see if he comes in. But you're new news to us. We've heard Kyle's story.
Yes. I just have to be very diligent and careful about what I say because I have an ongoing court case with the person, so I don't want to give too much information about it. But I told you I'd come on, but once it's over, I'd be able to do a lot more and explain a lot more in my investigation.
To understand, I don't know if any of you guys watched the Barry Cooper Exposed series I did. There were 3 videos where we had 3 interviews with people who had worked with Barry in Mexico at a Ihuasca facility where he was acting as a shaman. And it's a crazy story. And from there, Barry fled Mexico to the Philippines. And now Adam is here to tell us about all the trouble Barry's in the Philippines.
Oh.
Well, in a roundabout way.
Yeah.
A lot of things I can tell you. I met Barry around last year. It was over almost 2 years ago, I think now. I don't have the dates right. My wife does. And he wanted to go to my martial arts school, which at that time it was kind of like closed because of COVID, but we were doing some training on the side with some people just to help them with their physical fitness. Long story short, I took Barry to lunch. I met him. He told me about his never get busted, things like that. Me being a police officer, I was kind of skeptical, but I don't really judge anybody. I didn't really, go and investigate him or anything. I just took him upon his word and then just left it at that. And he came to a class with his family, and they really liked it. And then they came about 3 more times, and then one time he came in, and he was very disruptive, abusive, verbally towards me. So I asked him to leave, and then he left. And then I never heard from him. And then about a year later, he started cyber libeling us in the Philippines, saying that I revoked belts from 5 people that were his friends, and they came and visited him. And, he's standing up for the Filipino people as I call him Saint Barry of the Philippines. And it was all nonsense. I asked him to leave politely. He left. And I
Wait, so
guess
like
one
in the
of
middle of
his,
a class, you were training him. You're training a class of jujitsu,
yes,
right? And so
yes,
he
sir.
was getting really, like, he was getting mad because, or like
He
he
was
was trying
just
to
getting
fight people or
frustrated.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, he was getting frustrated because he couldn't do like simple technique. And I've trained thousands of people. I was a UFC coach. I was a instructor. I wrote the curriculums for police and law enforcement and military. And I've been doing this since I'm 5 years old, and I was teaching at 17. So we have so much patience with him. But he was the only person. I'm 53 now that I ever had to ask to leave in the middle of a class because he was that disruptive, verbally, cursing and things like that. So, his grandson, or supposedly, it's not related because he's not married to Mia legally. It's common law. I didn't want to. I don't make a scene or anything. I just pulled him politely on the side, shook his hand, and just said, "Hey, let's just say that we just can't. I just can't coach you, and let's just leave it at that." And I shake your hand, and you just go about your way. You don't have to pay, of course, because it was kind of like donation anyhow. I don't make money doing this. I just do this to help people, and that was it, man. It was crazy. Like, even my wife was like, "My God, what's going on?" And I kept calm. I said, "Hey, man, we're all friends here. No one's judging you. You'll get it. There's a method to the madness, we'll say." And everybody else seemed to got it, but he just like freaked out. But the other days I have all the messages from him on group chat of how much his family was enjoying it, and they only came like 3 times. He came once without his family, except somebody he calls his grandson and somebody he calls his son, and there was no issue. And then he left, and I had a student that I guess he befriended, and I didn't know anything about this. And the student lied to us and didn't come back. We didn't know he was teaching Barry, which he wasn't authorized to teach him anyhow. And I put a post up that, I asked him, like, why aren't you training to that person? And he's like, "Oh, I'm injured." No problem. And then later we found out he was trying to teach at another school because the instructor contacted me about him. So, there's a code in the martial arts. If you lie, we have it right on our certificates. If you dishonor the instructor, the school, any students, or, you make discrimination against race, religion, color, creed, sexual orientation, we'll revoke your belt because that's not the type of person that we want. So one year I revoked like 5 people's belts. That was over many, many years that I just didn't do anything about. And then I finally had enough. And then he made this huge Facebook post about him challenging me to fight. He wanted to fight me, but under his rules. And I'm like, what a child, First of all, there's no benefit for me beating up Barry Cooper. He's the bully himself. Where and there's no benefit for me. I was a professional coach. I've fought many boxing matches, and he wants to do it all on like his rules and blah blah blah. And it was just so childish. So I kind of let it go, but he kept going with it. And then once he did that, there's laws in the Philippines. He was calling me bully and just some other derogatory remarks and trying to affect my wife's business. So I filed the case on him, and here it's punishable by fine and or imprisonment. But there's many people in jail for 7 to 14 years here for cyber libel. And he kept going with it. So I have actually 5 more cases after this one case that I'm on with him. It's in trial. 5 or 6 more cases, and we have other victims that came forward too. A dentist. He puts us on all these podcasts, calls me names, all these rude remarks that he says, all these lies. So I decided that I had enough with him, and I did an investigation and found out what type of man he really is, if you can actually call him a man. So, I'm moving forward with my cases on him.
Yeah, and you found out that he admitted in an interview that he used to plant evidence on people when he was a police officer, and he used to like beat people up. And we heard in the interview I did with, I believe, Kyle, that he admitted to being with some cops that killed a homeless guy for no reason, and like just horrifying stories about the person's character. And this was years and years ago. So you don't usually get better from things like that. And can you tell us about, since it's a kind of a vegan podcast, can you tell us about the lizard and the monkey?
Sure. Let me go back to the first thing that you're talking about.
Go ahead.
I don't know anything about him. I've only heard rumors on certain things. I'm only going to, talk about what I actually know. And he was on, there was an article written from him in the Texas Observer, but I think it was in like 2012, called Gone Rogue. And I sent you that. And there he does admit that he trained his own drug dog, and he would fake alert, like walk the dog around and say the dog alerted, so that he could violate people's civil rights and go in and search the cars. He admitted to stealing money on that, in that thing. But I sent it to you if you want to post it so they could read about it. He had things called ghost informants, where he would write warrants up saying that an informant told him this, this, and this. He just made up the informant. So, it's a massive violation of people's civil rights and, things like that. Getting back to the other thing, he had on his Facebook, he kind of, he said he rescued a monkey. I don't know if he rescued it. I don't know if he captured it. I don't know, so I can't really comment on that. But you're not allowed to have monkeys here and certain lizards. So they did an investigation on him on that. I don't know where it is standing at this point, but I know he said he released the monkey, but it went to his backyard. When
I lived in Central America, there is a problem with gringos stealing monkeys. It's just a thing that just dumb gringos will go to Central America and like steal a baby monkey out of a tree, because there's tons of them there. And it's so I heard about him and saw the pictures of him with a monkey, and I was just like, oh my God, he's one of those guys.
I can't say what he could have rescued the monkey for all I know. Like I said, when I'm looking at things going on with
there
evidence
are monkey
and stuff,
rescues for that, not Barry.
Yeah,
Cooper.
I mean, it would have been better if he turned it over. But if he found a monkey that was dying, like a baby monkey, or a monkey that was dying in the street, and he took it in and he cared for it, and then he contacted the rescue and said, "Hey, what do you want me to do with it?" Yeah, no problem. So like I said, I have my own personal things with Barry Cooper, but even with anybody, even when I was a police, I won't put things on him or make it look worse than it is. So I'm just going to say, hey, maybe he did rescue the monkey, and that's great if he did that.
And maybe he rescued the endangered lizards that he had in his backyard too.
Yeah, I don't know if they actually were endangered. They never contacted me, but from the information from the pictures and the information from the Department of, let's say, Wildlife, they said that he wasn't supposed to have those. And I know some police officers were over there taking pictures as well of the lizards, and they're the ones that tipped them off on it.
Yeah. So okay, so Barry starts cyber libeling you because he has a YouTube channel. There's 120,000 followers, but whenever he goes live, he's only got like 40. He's got a little bit more than our show.
Yeah, it's very
make much
suspicious, to say the least.
Yeah.
But you can buy followers, and you can buy this, and you can buy that.
Yeah. So he's and again in trouble. Where he's gone to now.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have a visa as well. His tourist visa expired in August of 2024. So he's been in the country with no visa since then. So the Department of Immigration also has that. And coupled with the fact that he has criminal charges against him, it's a very good possibility he's going to be kicked out of the Philippines and blacklisted.
It's not hard to just go along with, the custom stuff in these countries. Like, I've lived outside the country, and like, it costs a little bit of money, but like, don't you want to not have to worry about, getting deported, like it's
Well,
so strange that like,
let me back up a little bit because I
yeah,
failed to mention a couple of things. Well, there's certain things, but I gave him an opportunity to talk to us before you go to court and all that. I'm not just a guy to like, let's go to court and sue you or try to get in trouble. I went in front of this thing called the barangay, which is part of the government process, where it's like
yeah,
a mediation. I went 4 times there. He failed to appear on all of them. He was too busy. I don't feel well. Now, granted, this mediation process was 3 blocks from his house, literally, in the barangay. So I gave him an opportunity 4 different times to come in and talk to me about it. And really, if he would have just said, hey, I messed up, I shouldn't have said anything, I said some bad things about you, let's just, I would have said, let's just shake hands and call it like that, and I'll forgive you. But he didn't. He played, I have a podcast, I can't make it. So he didn't even want to come face me man to man. And then I had another mediation last week, and he didn't show to that one either. That was court ordered. So the judge said, come to the mediation. In court, he said, no, I don't want to go. It's kind of far, which it is. I grant them that. But, if you're going to be on trial, wouldn't you want to go spend $100 to come fly down here to meet the person and then see if you could work it out? Once again, a total lack of respect. Wouldn't come meet me man to man. So when the mediator got there, he sent his attorney, and I told his attorney, he didn't even show. Once again, I have no desire at this point to mediate it. I've given it more than enough, times to mediate this with him, but he just doesn't want to mediate it. He Barry is Barry, and now he's going to pay the piper.
so
Because
you
I have
did,
5 more cases. It's up to me whether I want to let him leave. If he's going to get deported, the Bureau of Immigration contacts us, me and my wife, and says, hey, do you want to drop the cases and we'll just deport him, called a summary deportation? You drop the case and we'll kick him out of the country. Or do you want to keep him here
no, keep him there.
and go through the
We don't want
trials?
him back.
And then I have 5 more cases. So with those 5 more cases that I'm starting to file in March, one at a time, each one takes 2 to 3 years here to get the trial. So I can tie him up here for years in court fees,
So
things like that. But at this point, yes, sir.
what else did you find in your investigation? Didn't he get fired for attempted murder from a police force?
I'm not going to comment on that. I think you have part of the investigation. I think it would be better if you commented on that.
Yeah. Yeah, so he got fired from a Texas police force for attempted murder or murder.
I don't think it was
all
murder.
over the internet. Yeah, I think it was attempted murder, but he got fired, which means he was obviously up to no good. He did something wrong. Usually the police.
Yeah, there's just certain things I'm not going to comment on, if you understand why.
Yeah,
which we discussed. So, but you have the investigations, you have all the evidence. So
yeah. So pretty chaotic dude. Still causing trouble. And yet the freedom movement still loves this guy. People still support him monetarily. People still
what I noticed is what Barry seems to do is he promises everybody the world that he's going to sell this Netflix special or something like that. So when he comes here, a lot of people have told me that he and in affidavits also that he promises that when he gets the money, he's going to do this, he's going to build this for them, like the monkey sanctuary. In their investigation, they wrote that Barry said he would give money to them for a monkey sanctuary. He told the Bureau of Fire Protection that he would build a huge canine facility for them. So I think Barry just tries to network, and he's not able to deliver on anything. So he just promises these people, at least here in the Philippines, I don't know how it is in the United States, he promises them all these things. They're empty promises, Television shows are not easy to sell. You don't make a lot of money on them. But why promise things to somebody if you can't deliver at this moment? So I think he's just networking like that. He'll go to Yes, sir.
when you have a bunch of people, willing to give you money all the time, and you're not a person, who has any principles, you'll just become corrupted, and you'll start lying to those people to get that money. And I know from what I've seen, he's not allowed to leave the country, but he's been telling his fans that he's going to Cannes with his documentary that's about him, that's going on Netflix, which he's been telling us. He's been telling us this for 10, 15 years.
Yeah, he's not allowed to leave.
Yeah.
There's a watch list order on him because he committed crimes here.
So he can't even leave. So he's just lying to his people.
Yeah, he can't leave. And now we have some more information. So we went to the court and are trying to put a hold departure order on him. But with the watch list, you can't leave anyhow. Because, see, there's two things. He has the issue with Bureau of Immigration, and then he has the criminal issue. So the Bureau of Immigration put a watch list order on him. So he can't leave. And now we're dealing with the court to try to tell the court to put a hold departure order on him so he can't leave. So that's kind of like a checks and balance, because in court the other day, he was claiming that he's not going anywhere because I brought up the fact that he's been arrested 10 times and convicted 4. And he didn't deny that. He just said that he's always shown up for court. And, we feel that if he leaves, he's not going to come back because he knows. I told the prosecutor that I have 5 or 6 more cases going on him for cyber libel. So maybe the first one he would get fined. But now when he continues to do this and break the laws here, he would go to jail. And I'm not even looking to really put him in jail. I don't want to play games with this guy. If they're going to kick him out, then let him kick him out. It'll hurt him more to kick him out.
Didn't he try and get visas to leave the country once already and get denied?
Well, yeah, that was me. He tried to get visas before. Yeah, he tried to get visas beforehand while the case was going on, and I contacted the U.S. embassies and sent them the investigation reports, and that he had a criminal case pending, and they denied all the visas, I was told.
Wow,
and he
very mess with the wrong guy, I guess.
He posted it, and then he posted a bunch of stuff on how terrible the immigration is, and the U.S. embassy's just trying to steal money from him, and they got a copy of that post. And then he posted all sorts of stuff here about the criminal justice system, how his arrest was BS, and all this terrible things, that he's going after the prosecutor, the judge, anybody that touched the case. He's putting me in jail, my wife in jail. Well, the Bureau of Immigration and the prosecution and the judges got a hold of that as well. They got a hold of his Facebook post as well. So he's not very intelligent when it comes to this stuff. He should have just met me the first time and said, "Hey, man, I screwed up. I'm sorry." Shake my hand. But he just continually was berating me on podcasts and things like that. I'm transparent. So after I left the police department, which I actually retired, I have a letter. I have this, I have that. And I left because of some corruption I didn't want to get involved in. And, it happens everywhere. And I'm a man of honor, so I left. I didn't want anything to do with it. Then I started bounty hunting. So while I was bounty hunting, I was had a TV show that I made myself, and it was the #1 TV show locally. Someone said that I walked into a McDonald's and I told them I was a police officer over the phone. So they didn't even call me to get my side. Somebody called me like a year and a half later and said, "You have to turn yourself in. There's a warrant for you." I said, "Okay." It was a police officer I knew. No problem. So I went, turned myself in, and I was laughing. And they're like, "What are you laughing about?" I said, "I have the whole thing on GoPro. I was wearing body cams before cops were." So the first day that I went to court, the charge, it's called a submittal. They said if I didn't get arrested within 30 days. Huh?
Weren't you filming a reality TV show?
Yeah, it was my own. Yeah. They said if I didn't get arrested within 30 days, the charge was get dismissed. Yeah. So I looked at my attorney. I said, "Why are they doing this?" They said, "Because that they know they shouldn't have arrested you. They should have asked your side. They should have done something." And they also charged me with destruction of evidence, because on my TV show, I found some meth on the floor under somebody at a hotel, and I didn't want to leave it there. So on my TV show, I flushed it in the toilet. So I didn't leave it there for like an animal or a kid. So they charged me with destruction of evidence, and I laughed at the prosecutor. I said, really? You don't even know what it was. It could have, it's not Nick test. We didn't field test it. You can't say it was evidence. There's no criminal report. But I actually called the police and they wouldn't respond for the alleged methamphetamine. So I flushed it in the toilet. So they charged me with that. They were just on a witch hunt for me because I had information that I was working with on the FBI and a corruption ring there. And if you look it up, it's called Friends of the Henderson Police Department. And
I can't imagine they like, you know, people doing reality TV shows as bounty hunters either. I'm sure it was just like,
yeah, well, they
like,
wanted
screw
money
this
from
guy.
me, and I didn't have to get a permit. They were the cities wanted money, but you know, I had some other issues. You know, I tell it like it is, and some people don't like that, and that's fine. But I'm transparent, so if you run my name, you'll see that it was submitted to the court for 30 days. I didn't get arrested.
I'm not worried about
So
it.
it was dismissed. If I got arrested, it was only a trespass charge. There was never any impersonation because they said, because I went behind the McDonald's counter, which I was allowed to do anyhow. But my attorney said, just let it go. It's going to get dismissed. But they put me all over the news and everything, you know. They said I didn't have a badge. I had a badge. I wasn't supposed to. It was all dismissed. I was allowed to have everything. I'm retired. I get a monthly money. You know, I went and went to court on them, you know, things
Cool,
like that.
man. Thanks for giving us an update on Barry, adding more to the story.
Yeah. Do you guys have any questions that I might be able to answer for you guys? I think someone said about stalker in there. Yeah, apparently I'm his stalker. It's not that I'm his stalker or other people are his stalkers. We're just tired of his nonsense that he's lying to everybody about and tries to play that he's like this saint. You know, if you read all his own passages on things that he talked about, he basically he's admitting that he was a criminal. He never even should have been a cop.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, he's go ahead.
Well, it's
ma'am.
just I'm listening, and this is pretty new to me. But everything that you're saying about this guy, and I'm no psychiatrist, it profiles as a narcissist. The alleged pathological lying, the conflation of the, you know, whatever him and who he is and everything else. And it's interesting because they like to throw the drama chaos card and deflect. And when you're trying to, it appears, tell the truth, they're trying to say that you're stalking. It's so classic. You should have a psychiatrist.
You know, even in court, when I said he was arrested 10 times, he yells out, "You've been arrested twice." And I said, "Your Honor, it was actually once and it was dismissed the first court date, but I'm not the one on trial here. He is." So that's where the deflection always comes from. But I've been a policeman I was basically a policeman for around 15 years in 2 different departments. I still left in good standing. I have a letter. I have my HR 218, which means I can carry a gun anywhere in the United States. I became a policeman to help people. I wasn't like that. Even marijuana was, when I moved to Las Vegas, it was a felony, and I would laugh. Like, I'm not arresting people for a little bit of weed. That's ridiculous. And I would get in an argument with the other cops because it was a felony at the time. And I told them one day it was going to be legal. And they all laughed at me, put stuff on my locker, you know, because, you know, it's just, you know.
Cheech and Chong stickers.
Yeah. It's, you know, it's not for me, but if it helps people medically, that's great. But I never had to fight anybody over marijuana. You know, they'll always like, "Oh, give me some Funyuns and I'll go with you, officer." You know, so I became a police officer to do the right thing. And I know I can hold my head up high. I had that one incident when I was a bounty hunter, but that was a personal incident. It was dismissed. So he could say whatever he wants about me. I'm a Gulf War veteran, combat veteran, honorably discharged. I was NYPD, honorably transferred to Henderson, and then had to go through the academy again. I have my HR 218, retired police officer. I have my pension I've been taking for many, many years, for 10 years now. And I have a ID card that says that I'm a retired officer. So you're looking at someone that was a retired officer and someone that worked for 8 years that never should have been an officer. That makes any sense by his own admission. He's saying, I stole money.
So what's interesting is, given your profession, it has to be very fact and detail based. And that is what you're presenting forward as. It's ingrained in who you are. But with all your credentials and all that you have presented, it's fair to say there should come a time, which could be now, where you go on the offensive and not the defensive, because he's
Oh,
tried.
I've been on the offensive for the
Good.
past year with him.
Good.
It's just been taking so long because these investigations that I do take time. I have to contact everybody he ever worked for, every department. I even got in touch with people he knew, growing up. And then I put my investigation together and I hand it off to the Bureau of Immigration and to the courts and to NBI here, which is like the FBI, to the Drug Enforcement Agency, because he's still selling kits he has no business here in the Philippines, but he has a business and he's showing how to hide drugs here on YouTube's on his Never Get Busted. Yeah, that's illegal here. You can't be doing that. They're very anti-drug here.
Not a smart
and that's
guy.
like a public against I forgot the wording that they used, but it's kind of like against the interest of the public. But there's another way that they do
They
that.
become an undesirable. It's not someone
Yes,
you want in your country.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what's going on right now. He only has another week or so until they decide on his deportation hearing, but it's already been signed by the chief of intelligence and by the special prosecutor. So now it's on the commissioner's desk. They have to have an agenda hearing before March 7th. And then all three commissioners, the commissioner and the two deputy commissioners, decide whether or not they want to classify him as undesirable and summary deportation him, which he can't fight. They'll just come to us and ask us if we want to drop the charges. And I even told his lawyer at the mediation, look, I don't want to be dealing with Barry for 5 more years. If they want to deport him, tell him I'll show him mercy and let him get deported. I won't continue to put cases on him. Because literally we have 5 or 6 more cases. And there's another person he cyber libeled, which was a dentist that has a case on him as well.
Well, yeah, it's like the same thing with this other guy, the other trash ape on the thumbnail, Adam Kokesh. It's like 15 years of people complaining about him, about his behavior, and story after story after story, and these guys deny it the whole way through. It's everyone the whole time. It's everyone else's fault. Everyone's lying. Everyone's just jealous of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of sexual stuff that Barry puts in words trying to say that I'm jealous of him or I love him.
Yeah,
and,
he loves
just
that's
crazy stuff from numerous people. It's very sickening to me.
With people for years.
Yeah, and everybody says, why don't I just go fight him and beat him up or whatever? Well, when I was in court last week with him where he pled, he asked for court security to escort him out. He asked the judge if court security could escort him out because he's afraid of me. He's afraid of what I'm going to do to him. And I'm like, really? You're the one challenging me to fight. But now all of a sudden you're 6'1", all tattooed up face and, neck down and everything else. Now you're afraid of me to walk outside with me. Because when I got there, I said to him, "Good morning, Barry. Welcome back to Tagaytay, Philippines. How are you?" And then he's like, "What did he say?" Like he was all messed up on Kratom or something. He was very slow that day because I know he uses that Kratom tea. And then his wife chimed in, "Oh, he's just looking for attention." I'm not the one looking for attention. I'm not the one all over the podcast that he does talking all sorts of stuff about me. Like you were saying, narcissistic behavior. But I am on the offensive. I've got a lot done and I'm still working on it. But if I can bounce him out in the next 2 or 3 weeks, it's great. But in the same sense, as an officer before, and somebody that does the right thing, I'm just passing him off to another country for other people with the same problem.
Not really a great ending for us here.
No, it's not really a great ending for me because I've heard, and I've heard that he's been to Mexico, Cambodia, a couple of other countries that he had problems with as well. And people, and that's what I've been talking to my wife about. I go, and I talked to Jeff about it too, but it's 5 more cases on him of getting witnesses forward and getting and kind of like I find it an inconvenience for everyone.
It sucks.
So pass the Barry. Yeah, I'm just passing him. And I feel kind of bad about that because I really feel that he's doing criminal acts and how he treats people and all that, So I feel like I'm passing him. But at this point, I got, 3 adopted Filipino kids. I got my own special needs child. We're helping people. I literally travel around the Philippines teaching martial arts for free for people that can't afford it. And he's taking my time away from doing that and helping other people. But, it would take me about 5 more years, but 3 to 5 more years, I definitely have him in jail because they're not going to keep giving him fines for it. But I think the deportation will hurt him worse because
he's not smart enough to not get in trouble too. So he'll just keep getting himself in trouble. So it's like,
if I send him somewhere else, he's going to be their problem. And if he goes to other Asian countries, which he's planning on, they're not as lenient as here.
Yeah.
So to that end, why is it known why he went to the Philippines? If he went from the States to Mexico, was there a reason for that? And then departing Mexico, was there a reason for that? And then
he owes a bank like $750,000.
Yeah, he got a judgment against a bank in Texas. Jeffrey's going to have the information where now he hasn't paid them for, at least it's the information we have, because I spoke to them on the phone. He owes them, because it was 8% compounded interest 20 years ago when it was 93,000. So it's over 500,000 US dollars right now that he owes this bank.
And when you owe a bank that much, when you owe a bank that much, it gets like you start seeing cars following you and shit like that. Like,
well, I don't think it's a civil matter, but he owes that. So I don't. He told the judge he wanted to go back and he has to do some work in the United States, but he hides the money. He has money going towards, he uses other people's like Venmo and Viber and PayPal. I think it was PayPal. So he uses other people. And there was a guy involved in that, Gary, that has all that information that sent that to me.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people that have come out of the woodwork since I did those interviews. Of just people with crazy Barry stories, and it's just
and I also have an investigator too that's on it that in the United States. I also have an investigator there, and some of my network of law enforcement contacts over the
there's
time.
Rumors
as well.
that he killed his ex-wife. If you watch the interviews that I did, that's just the craziest story you've ever heard, and it's just nonstop. And it's crazy to hear that he left and he's still being crazy in other countries, and he just hasn't gotten into real trouble yet out there.
Yeah, Alicia, correct? Because I'm trying to read your name. Why he came to the Philippines, from what I, from my knowledge, is he met Mia in Mexico, and then she had family here, of course, in the Philippines because she's Filipino, and that's when he came here.
Okay.
So but he likes it here. And he wants to stay here, but I'm not going to make that possible. I'll do everything in my power to make sure he gets either in jail or gets deported, because he had no reason to do all this stuff to me except try to ruin my name and ruin my business. And the way he's hurt other people, if I can get them a little bit of satisfaction by getting him removed from the country for his criminal activity, I will, because that'll give some people some closure, maybe. The real closure is to get him like Tiger King in jail. But it's it's just, I don't know if I have it in me for another 5 years of dealing with him, but he's stayed very quiet recently. He finally shut up. So I was on the podcast. And then when I told his lawyer, just have him keep talking about me, because every time he does, he said, I can mention his first name, Adam, but as long as I don't mention his last name, he can't do anything, my lawyer said. And that's not the case. For a cyber libel crime in the Philippines, all you need is 2 people to say that they were talking about you. And by using my name, Adam, my first name, saying I was an ex-Nevada cop and I own a martial arts school, every time he said something negative about me, it counted as another case. And he's done many podcasts and many things. So I don't know where he's getting his information from. Because his lawyer, he said he only spent like $1,000 US, and he got the best lawyer in the Philippines, and that's kind of a joke because they cost a lot more than that. You're looking at.
Don't you hang out in the Philippines?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was surprised that you brought up how lenient they are in the Philippines. They're really strict with drug laws. They're more lenient with other stuff, but with drug laws, they're super strict.
Super strict with drug laws. He's being investigated at this moment by the NBI, the like the FBI here, and the Drug Enforcement Agency, PETA. But the problem is, he's selling the kits to pass like drug tests and stuff. So they're on him over that. But everyone's diverting to immigration. So when I go and have meetings with the heads of these departments, they're like, just let's divert to immigration. They must be contacting immigration, and they're like, let's just deport him. It's kind of easier for them because they don't really want him here either.
Yeah.
So is his wife there?
I'm sorry,
You said
sir?
she's from there. You said
Yes.
his wife is from there and there's family. That's his wife? So he lives there with his wife?
It's not technically his wife. He told everyone in court when I said that's not his wife, they're not married. It's common law marriage. I said, dummy, you put it on your motion that you on the barangay clearance, and he said he owned a house. He's renting a house, and he's not married to Miss Madrid. She uses the name Mia Madrid Cooper, but they're not legally married. And those kids aren't his, they're Mia's kids. So he's not legally married. That's why he can't get any other type of visa. He was on a tourist visa, which he kept getting extended, which expired. And now he's, running his mouth when he's on an expired tourist visa about the criminal justice system here did him dirty. And he doesn't own a house, so he just rents a house.
So I'm really anti-government. I hate cops. I hate government. But I will say this. In the Philippines, even with their armed checkpoints, driving through men holding guns, I felt like I had 100 times the freedom that I ever feel like in America.
Yeah.
Like those people are decent people, and even the government employees, like I said, I'm anti-government, but every single one of them feels like they're doing what they can to help you. It's not like here where they're like, give me your money, fuck you next.
Yeah.
They're actually trying to help you. They mean well. They're great people.
What? I'm sorry, your screen's a little. Is it John? Right, John?
Yeah, it's John.
Yeah, John. First, John, I'm. Let me address that a little bit. I'm not like anti-government. I just don't like government overreach. But I was not anti-cop either. I'm anti-bad cop because I actually, being a policeman in New York and then in Las Vegas, if you met me and you talk with me and I stopped you on the street and I let you go over some nonsense, you would have a good interaction with me. But if you have one bad interaction with a law enforcement officer, usually will tell like 15, 20 people. But if you have one good interaction, you usually only tell like one or two people. So I was in the same boat going from NYPD, the worst precinct in Brooklyn, going to Las Vegas. I saw a lot of people not treating people right. And that was one of the reasons why I didn't want to be a policeman anymore working there. So I had kind of a bad experience myself. And then I was arrested falsely by my own department because I stood up to them. So I understand what you're saying, but just remember, in any business and anything, there's always a bunch of them, what percentage, we could say 10, 20, that just aren't good people and didn't take that type of job to help people. They're just in it for the money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I got this drunk on my block, right? And he thinks he's a great guy because he'll like spend, like he's got a pension, he's got a bunch of money, and he'll buy like Valley Fair tickets for all the kids around the neighborhood. And he's just a drunk. He gives alcohol to kids and like all sorts of stupid shit.
Yeah.
But since he spends money around the neighborhood, he thinks he's a good guy. You can do tens of thousands of good things, but if you're a bad person, and I just think like a stop sign violation in the Philippines, they don't have inanimate objects telling you to stop. In the US, we have men with pew-pews literally committing armed robbery over inanimate objects.
They don't even have patrol here. So basically you can drive around like where we're at. It's like lawless. The traffic is crazy, but they what they do here, from what I noticed, which is, a little disconcerting, is they have checkpoints during Comlec, let's say right now, because there's an election. So they leave the motorists alone, and the ones in cars, they pull over every scooter and search all the scooters and write tickets to them, and they're looking for guns, So there are some issues here that I've been here for 7 years as law enforcement officer that I've seen it. They kind of target the people that don't have any money, and they leave the people that have money kind of
really
alone.
wrong. That's really wrong.
Yeah,
You're right.
they go
wife
after the
points that
people, the
out
regular working
constantly.
people. I'm sorry?
My wife points that out constantly. She says, honey, they always harass the people on the motorbikes. They don't harass the people with cars with money for attorneys.
Yeah.
It's only, but
so I see that.
It's not right.
But in the same sense, when I talked to some commanders about it, they said, well, the ones that are committing the shootings, they're riding tandem on the motorcycles, so that's why they're targeting the motorcycles.
They're looking for guns.
Yeah, they find guns.
Like I said, I'm just repeating what my wife says.
Yes, sir.
I know the laws there. You are not allowed, not being part of that government, to judge that government, and it's not your government, it's their government type thing.
Correct.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
fine with that. I might say what my wife says, but I try not to judge their government. I come from a place of true corruption. Like, the U.S. is a shithole.
It is true corruption. Yeah, it is. Look at our politicians before. I totally agree with you. I usually don't talk anything about politics or religion, so I don't offend anybody, because everybody has different points of view. But I could not agree with your point of view, but that doesn't mean I hate you and we can't be friends still. And that's what I think they lost. A lot of people lost that. I like it here in the Philippines. For me, he's supposedly the saint of the Philippines, trying to protect the Filipino people against some American bully that's going around, which is me. I'm the American bully that goes around. But I don't have to even tell people like how much I do to help the regular people here and how I help people financially here. And he can have a letter from the Bureau of Fire Protection saying he helps them and blah blah blah. That's not going to help him. That doesn't help him in a criminal case of cyber libel or anything. So I just Jeff wanted me to come on and talk a little bit.
Man.
There's a lot of stuff that I really can't talk about, like I said, because there's an ongoing case, and the fact of the matter is, I don't hate this guy. This isn't anything about hate. It's what's right and wrong, and it would have been so easy for him to just come and meet me man to man and say, hey, I messed up. And I would explain a couple of things to him, but when you don't when you don't do things like that and act like a man and go on, he's the one saying I'm libeling him, and I don't need to do that. I didn't say one thing. I didn't make one post that put his name on there about the type of person he is. And
thanks, man. Thanks for coming
everything
by.
comes out in the wash. Jeff has investigations on him from many places, many people, because they'll contact me, and I said, send your stuff to Jeff, as well. So I don't know. Jeff, do you have anything for me?
Yeah, not really. It's just, we gotta, these guys over these years, it's just people forget after a month about this stuff, and it's just like I just feel like I have to bring this stuff up every couple years so people don't forget, because it's just, it's just like the whole police thing. It's like it's hard to say that there are many good cops when they're watching the bad cops do bad things all day and not reporting.
That's the problem.
It's kind of the same.
Because when we're good, I used to give there was something on NYPD. But back in the 90s, I was buying, shoes and jackets for the homeless people that were on my patrol, because it was a human thing to do. And, we don't, even me, I don't make videos about the stuff that I do here and this and that. Some people do. There's a guy named Peter Bond, I think and he's in New York, and he's a Filipino guy, and he goes around, he gives people like 500 or 1,000 to the homeless.
I've seen that video. Yeah.
He's like a YouTuber. And that's awesome, because he uses that as a platform to inspire other people. And that's great. That's just not my thing. But there's certain people like the one we were talking about that use a platform, which I don't even think is a real platform, with 13,000 viewers, and he's got 6. You know, I make one Facebook post, I get 140 people on it. He does one and gets 6, and I only have less than like 3,000 friends. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of ways you can buy viewers.
None of the numbers.
But I just wanted to chime in there. I think it's Is it Arjan? Arjan? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Ariane, I'm sorry, it's really hard for me to read. It's nice to meet you. Did you have any questions for me? Because you've been so quiet.
Yeah. What's the question?
Did you have any questions for me or anything I could help you with? Did you have anything? Because you've been so quiet.
Not much. I'm just listening, trying to understand the subject.
It's nice to meet you.
Ariane's far away from this drama.
Yeah, that's good to be. Yeah, and that's really what it is. You know, what I learned in life is, you know, when people, Alicia kind of said it too, and you did too. It's like when people are bad people, they'll go everywhere they go, they're going to have problems.
Yeah.
It's a pattern, and their behavior doesn't change. Their MO will just repeat. Just a different person, different place, different
they're
whatever.
bad to themselves. That's why they're bad people to others.
Yes. So just keep in mind, for Kyle and Lisa, and I can't remember the other gentleman's name that did an interview, no matter where he tries to go once he leaves the Philippines, I will have contacted every single embassy and immigration in Asia and Europe that I know through mass emails showing them that he got summary deported, and this is the reasons why. Yeah. So that's up to them if they want to let him in. Huh?
You gotta watch my back too.
Yeah. Yeah. You know,
you're sending them back to me.
I'm sorry?
You're one to be friends with.
You know.
Well, thanks, Adam. You want to shout out your dojo if you're ever in the Philippines and you want to roll?
No, I'm good. You'll find me. Because I'm the only white guy that owns one with a wife in the Philippines. That's part of the cyber libel. I'm the only Adam that has a martial arts school that was an ex-Nevada cop. But he said his lawyer could say he could keep saying my name as long as it doesn't say my last. Unbelievable, man. If these guys had half a brain, they'd be dangerous. That's the problem.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right. God bless you guys. Take care. I will come back and talk with you guys in a couple of weeks because I think this will be over.
All right. Cool.
All right. Thanks, nice to meet you guys. Take care. I'm the
Bye-bye.
number one
Everybody,
stalker,
have a good night.
apparently.
Number one stalker. Hell yeah.
All right. Bye now.
Yeah.
Teller.
So I didn't catch it. Is he married to a woman in the Philippines? Is that why he's there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And he has
I was trying to get you guys going. I bet you guys
3 adopted children and one with special needs or something like that. Like real
super nice guy.
Super.
And he's put a lot of time into investigating Barry. It's kind of nice not having to do anything and have someone who actually has been trained to investigate, do all the stuff, because, you know, I've just seen a bunch of shit over the years and I didn't like keep track of everything. I didn't keep screenshots of everything because it's like, I don't care. But it's like after 10 years, 15 years of just seeing this person be terrible to people, it's like you gotta stand up and say something at some point.
Did he steal something or did he harm people? Or
he harms people and steals from people, yes, and has there's 3 interviews on my YouTube called Barry Cooper Exposed. There are 3 people that worked for him when he lived in Mexico. And it's horrifying, absolute horrifying stuff. And it's been very wild stories. And it's a continuation of wild stories I've heard about this guy as long as I've been in the freedom movement. And so many people just don't give a shit and still support the guy. But and he talks about us and the show. He's been watching the show on his channel. He's been after me like crazy this last year. It's been pretty funny. But he's, you know, he knows people like this are losing power all over the world. People are not putting up with this crap anymore. But yeah, so freaking So yeah, watch the Barry Cooper videos, and
Yeah.
if you know anyone who's following him, make sure they know that he's, not to send him money because he's lying to people. He's lying to people saying that, oh, I need a plane ticket to go show my movie to the world, and like all these people are sending him money, and he can't even leave the country. Like the dude's just been, I don't know, scammer. Hey,
Guys, if I
Jake
may,
Lee's in the house.
I think the reason Barry continues to engage in these behaviors is because he's learned over as many years of life experience that he can reasonably expect to be physically safe doing this kind of shit.
Yeah. And, when you have that cop mentality of just like, I've been able to control people my whole life, I can
Maybe
just
someone
continue
will prove him
controlling
wrong
people.
one day. See,
Yeah.
once it becomes counterproductive towards survival, then people might stop engaging in that stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
He still has the feeling of a cloak of invincibility, which came with his past profession.
Police. Yeah, for sure.
False authority.
For sure.
What's that?
Just a false authority, power
Yeah.
tripping, false authority, cop
Yeah.
mentality, or that's the
Yeah.
type of personality that gravitates towards that role or that job.
Yeah.
And a lack of
100%.
unmerciful individuals willing to commit right action.
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
So,
There was a trip to the Philippines for you, John Bob, in a little bit there.
Are the
Well,
Filipino?
that's crazy. And I thought Barry was over in Sartell in Minnesota. Like,
No,
wasn't he in Sartell for a while?
I don't think so. I don't think he's been to the States for a long
Or
time.
at least before, because he.
Well, I'm not
Maybe like
talking
10 years ago.
recently. I'm talking 5 or 10 years ago. I remember talking shit to the guy, and I heard he was kind of in the area.
I don't think so. I think he's been in Mexico a long time, and he's been in the Philippines a long time.
Well, it sounds like
okay.
he's going to run out of rocks to hide under, aka countries.
Yeah, well, it's just, each country you skip to is going to go down in quality of life, most likely. And it's going to go, like he's saying, the less chance these places are going to put up with him, especially with Adam and his investigation. He sends this packet to everyone. It's hilarious. Just
Is
to
there
make
like
sure
a-
everyone knows, so they don't have to waste their time researching him.
Is the Filipino prisons like really crowded? Or am I mixing with Thailand? I heard
Thailand's
that
probably
Well,
way
that's
worse.
the Hotel Hilton prison in Thailand,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Okay.
Thailand's probably way worse.
Was the president of Thailand or Philippines like really strict with the marijuana or something like
Oh, the Philippines, they kill people over drug laws.
Like China.
Yeah,
Yeah, China does the same
But
thing.
other than that, they're pretty
They kill people
like
over weed.
it's the most lenient country ever. Like I don't know. I'm drug free as drug free can be. I won't even touch cane sugar, so I don't care about those laws. And those are the only laws they're strict about. So I feel right at home. I feel very comfortable there. And I will say this, they do search like the motorbikes, but I don't think they really care. Like when they notice, like they notice that I'm a white guy, they just kind of like scoop me through. I think they just figure I'm a tourist, or you know what I mean? I don't know why. Kind of maybe like a nepotism situation, or you would think they'd do like reverse racism, but they don't give a fuck about me. They're just like, oh, next,
I
That's
saw this
hilarious.
interview with Rodrigo Duterte, and it said something about the reason they're so harsh on drugs is that it's basically used to traffic Filipinos all over the world and stuff. I'm not saying I agree with their policy, but I guess there's a big problem with drug addiction and then creating slaves and stuff.
Well, it's probably moved in the same, like the same way.
if people want to get drugged up, I mean, it's their
Well,
it's their
yeah.
right.
I'm just
But,
saying, it's unique in that like there's a lot of Filipino people around the world that are like getting exploited for very bad labor conditions.
Yeah.
I don't agree.
Dude, now that you say that, well, like they're poor people there, and drugs are really expensive. So if somebody had drugs, they could use that to like literally turn somebody into like an indentured servant or a
Right.
slave, so to speak. So I guess I could see how that could tie into that. And slavery is a big deal, you know what I mean? So I mean, if that is the case, I guess I could understand your argument.
Duterte was horribly victimized by a Catholic priest when he was a kid. So basically, he's having, you know, it's a sensitive issue for him because that's what they use to get people addicted and them into debt and then traffic them around the world. Like they might take a group of people and then get them work visas and go pimp them out in the Emirates or something.
Interesting. So last I don't know, what was it, 6 weeks ago, or we had Padini up here defending his buddy Billy Carson, who got his ass
The new
smoked.
Padini or the old Padini?
Yeah, new Padini, not the old Padini. The old Padini is long gone. We're not getting him back, that's for sure.
Wait, what new Padini? What are you guys? Am I missing something?
Yeah, I found a video of Justin debating this guy, another guy named Justin Ryan, about natural law and morality, like in 2019, right? And this Justin from 2019 is completely like unrecognizable to the Justin we know now. He was like, he would have been on the show. He would have been, you know, one of the best people on the show every week if it was that Justin. He was so concise, so quick, so like had original ideas about stuff that I've never heard before. And like I think he was dabbling in being vegan back then. So he like kind of carried all the vegan arguments, you know, at least a couple that, you know, vegan sounding arguments. Unbelievable. Watch the video. It's called Justin Padini has been cloned. Hilarious.
Oh, I saw your video for that.
Yeah,
Do you got like a short clip with a synopsis, or should I watch the whole thing?
You kind of got to watch the whole thing because like he's arguing moral relativism with someone who's, you know, a moral relativist, and he just smokes this guy. He just smokes this guy and his wife just over and over again, just smoking him in a debate. And that's why I'm like, oh, this is why he's so confident with us, is because he used to be good and something rotted his brain. Like, I don't know if he was doing drugs over COVID or something, like something rotted his brains. Same thing with Adam Kokesh. The dude has a rotten brain now. He did meth for a couple years and now his brain doesn't work like it used to. He's not the guy he used to be.
Well, physically look at him, dude. Like, I hate to say it, but he's really let himself go. And I mean, if his body looks like that, his mind's like that. I mean, the guy, he claimed like last month that he doesn't have an extra chin. I mean, come on, man. Like, that guy is huge. He's just, he's turned himself into an abomination, as Jesus would say.
Yeah. So anyway, Justin worships that guy, Billy Carson, who's just an ancient aliens clown, CIA op clown show. So this guy, Wesley Huff, who's like a biblical scholar, smoked Billy Carson. And Justin has been demanding that Wesley Huff debate Justin so Justin could get revenge for Billy Carson, which is it just shows you how crazy Padini actually is, that he thinks that anyone would actually sit down and debate with him. Anyway, so I come across this video last week, and it's Cam Waters from Christspiracy, and this guy Aaron Abke, who's a biblical scholar and vegan, and they debate Wesley Huff, who is a carnist, and another biblical kind of internet douchebag. And Cam and Aaron smoke these guys. So you got to watch the. We're not going to watch it. It's really long. The debate is like 4 hours long, but this was just the. This is the. I'll just let it go from here.
I'm on your channel right now. I'm just kind of wondering who else you react to.
I'm actually scheduled to do an.
They debated him the whole the den of thieves versus the den of the den of. They're like, you know, actually digging in with these other biblical scholars and trying to figure out if you know, what's going on.
Online event with a guy named.
Go ahead.
Thieves translates to violent ones.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no fucking arguing that. So if you turn my father's house into a den of violent ones, what violent action was taking place there? I mean, it is so simple. Yeah. I mean, that book is vegan all the way through it. It's I don't even like what we consider religion, and all of the origins of all of the religions. I believe it was good versus evil. Either you're harming animals or you're a good person protecting them. I really think that's the basis for all religions today, and they've just been distorted and perverted by money. You know, just like the priest fucking selling the animals in the, you know, it's disgusting.
And Aaron,
sorry,
his repertoire is a little bit more than Billy's. None of the Greek passages that you've been pulling up use the word ebianin as poor. I'm seeing patron, like we only have the Greek.
There's no Hebrew Gospel of Matthew?
No.
He says the poor, bringing good news to the poor. So in that instance, you're saying he said Ebion because he's reading the Hebrew.
Oh, in that case, yeah. And Jesus' response is, I can forgive sins because I am Yahweh.
Did Jesus say that?
Well, that's what's implied, and that's why the Pharisees get so mad at him.
I mean, I don't think it is, though. Jesus didn't say that.
There was a part of me before I met Aaron going into this interview, and I was like, dude, I can't wait to destroy him.
Are you being honest are you deceiving?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it clearly has an agenda. Now Aaron is deceived and deceiving more people.
Are you seeking to lie? One of you is a liar, and in doing it on purpose.
And it's like they think they're supporting Jesus. Bro, you don't even know who Jesus is.
I would have to question their morality of honesty.
And it's
so this is after they lost the debate.
An agenda.
Because they don't just have a conspiracy theory. They're actually
that look like they won.
All other religions do. All other cults do. I asked him, Aaron, do you believe you are God?
Is this coming from Aaron? I have no clue.
You just can't make this stuff up. This guy's just another heretic. He's another Pharisee pretending to be a lover of God.
Why the snakiness? Why the editing?
You're lying, and that's not right. I'm scared. I think they raised a couple interesting points. I won't lie.
I think they brought up some interesting points that would make anybody pause and go, oh, wait, I need to think about that.
All right.
I guess the debate's back on.
Hello and welcome to our first and definitely not our last debate reaction video. Cam and I really enjoyed our debate with Wes Huff and Dr. Stephen Boyce. And we had planned to release a series of response videos with a few of our friends who are biblical scholars to kind of go through the debate and talk about the different points of discussion. But then this video comes out from Anton and Stephen and Wes accusing us of lying and cheating and manipulating data and all these pretty extreme accusations. So we're going to put those videos on hold for a while and focus first on our response to this video. And I want to start by saying that we feel this is quite ironic for a number of reasons. First being that we were the only team who actually presented anything in the debate. Initially, Wes and I had agreed to a one-on-one debate, and Wes sort of quickly changed it to a two-on-two format. And I told Wes that I would personally prefer a one-on-one format, but if two-on-two was the only format that he would accept, then we could do that. And so Wes insisted that it would be needed to be a two-on-two debate, and so I accepted. And so we decided to each choose a subject of debate, and Wes chose, is the Bible reliable? And my topic of choice was, is Christianity based more on Paul's teachings than Jesus' teachings? But if you watch the debate, then you already know that we didn't even debate either of these topics we agreed on, because we were told by Anton to bring a thesis statement to begin the debate with. And so we prepared one and carefully presented it in the debate. And we wanted to show particularly our focus on the concept of univocality, stating that we don't believe the Bible is univocal, which is the standard position in Protestantism, but that it is multivocal. And we gave our reasons for citing this as being the two distinct atonement doctrines that run through the Old and New Testament, one of repentance and the other of blood atonement. And so Wes and Stephen just sort of began doing right away what apologists do, trying to tear apart our argument in whatever way they could, mostly by using non sequiturs, which is the typical strategy of apologetics. And so we were okay with that, of course, because we came fully prepared to defend our position with an entire slideshow presentation of, demonstrating all the evidence and proofs we have to back up our thesis. But the problem was that not only did Wes and Stephen not bring or prepare a thesis, but they made no claims at all that we could have really critiqued. They brought no supporting evidence that we could have cross-examined. So it was a bit of a dumpster fire in that regard. But Cam and I were lost enough on what their official positions even are on most of these issues that I had to keep asking them to clarify what they believe on these topics all throughout the debate, because I can't debate someone if I don't know exactly what their position is. So the strategy between Wes, Stephen, and Anton seemed to be that they wanted to just sort of set us up to put our necks on the line to present a thesis and evidence for the whole world to see, while they didn't take the same risk by presenting a thesis or showing supporting evidence for it. It seems like they just wanted to play apologetics the whole night, which again is fine. But in that regard, we didn't feel that they offered us any critiques that were particularly compelling. But that's because we felt like they struggled to understand our actual positions throughout the whole debate. It's pretty clear that they came into this debate with a set of projections and assumptions about us and what our positions are. And they were sort of just attacking those projections all through the debate rather than our actual positions. And so we had to continually clarify our positions because they continually seemed to either not understand them or deliberately want to strawman them. So in any case, this sort of takedown video that Anton and Stephen have made seems to strongly confirm our suspicions that Stephen and Wes really didn't understand how we're using our evidence to support our thesis, because in this video we're about to take you through, every single critique that Stephen offers us is not close to our actual position. And we want to clarify, by the way, that we don't think Wes and Stephen were having a hard time understanding our arguments or positions because they're not intelligent.
I think, yeah, so check those out. Check that debate out probably first, but it's pretty juicy. Definitely like, like after watching Christspiracy, it was like, all right, well, I really want to see this shit hashed out and like figure out, if all this stuff is true, if these translations are different. And these guys are taking it to the next level, actually going out and taking the fight to the streets with some of these clowns, these fake Christians that are popular in the scene right now. And because Wesley Huff's so popular because of the Billy Cooper thing, these guys just decided to step in and be like, actually, that guy doesn't, that guy just proved to the world that he knew what he was talking about, but we're actually going to prove to you all that he doesn't know jack shit either, because all these people are wrong. I was shocked while investigating when we did the Christian debate about veganism being biblical. I was blown away by how much vegetarian and vegan rhetoric is in the Bible. So this is really interesting to see this stuff actually get figured out in real time with these dudes that are just like G's at this stuff. John Bob, I'm sure you should check out Aaron Abke. His channel's really good. You're muted, by the way. But he's got a lot of interesting stuff. Bracky, if Bracky was around, he'd probably be way into this shit too.
Who was that we debated with on your show that one time?
Justin Netzel. He's some Padini, some friend of Padini's.
We fucking shredded that guy.
Yeah, he got his ass handed to him.
Did he even make an hour?
No, well, the first one he ran from because we showed him a video of a woman saying that there was that Jesus never ate the Passover lamb, and he could not handle that. and he
I
just
had to
left
go. I
the
had to
show.
go.
Yeah, he's like, I have no time for this. So he was so triggered by the woman saying, you know, implying that he was wrong, that he had to go. And so we got him back that second time, and it was just another browbeating. Like he thought he was gonna come back and set us all straight, and he just got his ass handed to him again. Those are hilarious videos. He denies, he thinks he won all of them. I'll troll him and troll him about losing that debate, and it's just like he still is completely in denial about it. But this dude's a badass, this Aaron Abke dude. You should check out his channel and watch the debate he did with the Christspiracy dude and these other guys. It's pretty interesting. Oh boy. What else we got? FUNL4 is happening right now. You shouldn't be watching the show right now. You should be watching FUNL4. Then watch the show later. We need to support the One Great Work Network. They're having an event right now. I think it was yesterday and today. I think it's probably done. Let's see.
Specific pathogen resonates with a specific frequency. When the matching resonance of the pathogen and the emanating frequency occurs, the life force of the pathogen is immobile.
Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. Oh, music was a really big part of Funnel Fest this year, being 90% of the content presented. FUNL4, everyone. One Great Work Network's best. Oh yeah, that's right. So I think who was it gave us? Here we go. Funnel's gone. Okay, so race lever. I think I know what the video is. Is it the Avianetics people, the Christian cult or the vegan cult that killed people from Northern California? Is that what we're talking about?
3 members of the alleged radical vegan Zizian cult.
Zizian, yeah. Yeah, I heard about this.
Jack Ziz Lasota, the alleged leader of the group, along with Michelle Zajko and Daniel.
That must mean all vegans are crazy murderers
across 3 states.
I would describe,
of course,
that they're accused of.
Yeah, I believe this was a weird cult. Where's Darren knows about this? Darren, you there?
Yeah, this is like pretty much Soros deep state funded psyop to associate anything, you know, freedom related with fringe groups like the Branch Davidians and McVeigh. Basically, they don't like that people are talking about freedom or metaphysics or anything like that. So they have these clown shoes start some cults so that anytime somebody hears about the pineal gland, they'll say, oh, the Zizian cult had a pine cone on their website, so that's dangerous. And then, you know, plus they're all leftists and stuff. So obviously it's funded through basically these, it's basically just a rehashing of MK Ultra.
Yeah. Same old bullshit. That's what happened. That was the hippie movement back in the 60s. Jim Morrison, all those bands, they were all made by the CIA in order to, back in the day, there was a very large conservative anti-war movement pre-Vietnam in the USA. And in order to alienate those conservatives that were against the war, they made the hippie movement. And who the fuck would agree with anything a hippie would say? So all the conservative anti-war people in the United States went to being pro-war. Fuck those hippies. Fuck the stinky hippies. I don't want to have anything to do with them. And it worked. It's the same type of shit, same type of easy propaganda that they push on us, that everyone just adopts as being legit. But they, this shit is made for the news. These stories that they come up with of these weird cults, old voters, old boomer voters love hearing about shit like this. Their tax dollars actually busting crazy people,
Yep.
But
this is the problem with truth and freedom movements, is that people always try to, co-opt and tangentialize and try to bring it in with cryptozoology, cryptocurrency, every other bullcrap thing, and whatever people can do to avoid actually doing work. This whole funnel thing, as far as everything not about philosophy and ethics, is essentially work avoidance. This is a work avoidance hangout. That's it. There is it. I'm telling you that freedom is inseparable from morality, and in fact, the universe will implode and existence will cease to be. The wave function will entirely collapse before we can achieve freedom without morality. It's literally impossible. There's not a effing thing you can do about it.
Yeah,
it's
all speculate and nothing about morality. Like Mark
absolute,
said,
just like 0 Kelvin. That's what you get.
Yeah, and morality is barely mentioned. Yeah, crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, or outreach. Outreach is barely mentioned. I've been calling these dudes out from the chat for months now about what are you guys doing to outreach? What are you guys doing to bring new people in? Because I never see anyone talking about doing anything about bringing new people in. And I'm looking at all your guys' videos and there's no views on them. Yet you're shitting out video after video after video. Don't get me started. Let's watch this little bit more on this video before Race Lever loses his mind.
I'll have one McFreedom.
You could say the demonic. You could say
the truth appeared in front of a judge days after their arrest and were all held without bail. Lasoda
they don't look vegan.
Interrupted the judge to say he would starve unless he was given
Kubrick's
vegan food in jail. So, who are the Zizians?
Because you can look.
Here's
vegan.
everything you need to know.
This has all the makings of a Netflix cult docudrama. These
smell like
Zizians
to me.
appear to be a group of mostly transgender computer scientists who met online, united in anarchist beliefs, including radical veganism.
No, definitely not a joke. That's for sure.
But your pretext is that Jesus was a vegetarian and might have been crucified because of his vegetarianism. I mean, on what possible planet do you base that on?
Now, before we begin this shocking documentary, I want to do something that I normally don't do in the beginning of a video.
Yeah, boy.
And that is...
This guy sounds like
give
Adam.
a disclaimer.
From earlier.
And this is due to the sensitivity of the subject. Because I don't want anybody that may be watching this video who happens to be a vegetarian or a vegan, but you're doing it in a peaceful way. You're not trying to force your beliefs on others in a demonic witchcraft controlling way, using manipulation, intimidation, and domination in the process. If this is not you, I wouldn't want you to think that we are including you in the same category of this demonic vegan agenda. Because the word of God says, do unto others as you would want done to yourself. In the same way, we wouldn't want you to feel like you're being put in the wrong category. We wouldn't want you to do the same thing to the true followers of the Messiah that actually obey Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Love everyone, including their very enemies, who are passionate about their beliefs and cry out to as many as possible, but they're not using manipulation, intimidation, and domination in the process. We wouldn't want you to include true followers of the Son of God with those in the past and the present who are wolves in sheep's clothing, misrepresenting the gospel of Jesus Christ, using manipulation, intimidation, and domination to force their religious beliefs onto others, because this is not biblical. But yet, many have done it with the audacity of using the name of Jesus to do it. So now that I have said that, you're going to see and hear some very shocking things within this video. We will expose this demonic vegan agenda that does operate out of witchcraft control, using manipulation, intimidation, and domination, whether it's going into supermarkets, causing chaos and damaging property, entering into restaurants, screaming and trying to put fear into the hearts of those simply having a meal, or laying down in traffic to force their demonic agenda onto others. And now they have gone to the extreme of not only murdering people, but misquoting the scriptures
I
of the
see what's
living
going
God
on here.
to fit their demonic narrative.
I get it.
And gone as far as even lying about the Son of God, misrepresenting him, all for their demonic agenda. But we will also expose the demonic agenda of the Luciferians at the top. Why would Bill Gates be so passionate about pushing veganism and vegetarianism into the marketplaces? A man so wicked and diabolical, he's confessed publicly of the desire of reducing the population.
Can I interject real quick?
Why would he care?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not really pushing veganism the way they claim. He just is involved in some plant-based companies because it's a good investment.
He
Those
owns millions of heads of cattle.
Yes, and those vaccines are filled with animals. Like those are animal products. That guy's anything but vegan. He's fucking satanic, fucking animal pushing piece of shit. All right, that's all I got.
Yep. We know this.
Care about you. And what is the motive? What is the agenda pushing this plant-based diet? Could it be that the answer is actually in the middle of the road? That we are supposed to have a healthy, balanced diet? That one extreme or the other is dangerous, no matter if it's all meat or all carrots and vegetables? Because the word of God makes it very clear that an imbalance is an abomination to the Most High God. And sometimes people think they're doing something right when they're really not. And this is one of the reasons they're sick. So if people like Bill Gates is trying to promote us to live a vegan plant-based diet, you have to stop and wonder why. What is the underlying satanic agenda behind it? Because if veganism and vegetarianism is not biblical,
These guys, most of these millionaires, you know, they're looking at like, okay, what could I do good for the world with my money? And so they look to environmental problems. And they're like, okay, well, if beef creates this much pollution, you know, maybe it would be the best idea for it to head people in that direction. So it's kind of like a basic, you know, like a basic, what's it called when you're you just do good stuff with your money?
Philanthropist.
Full on rapist. Philanthropist. You know, so that's not that weird to think that. And then, you know, like even like if there are any of these big families that own big ag, they know they're destroying the cropland and it's going to be a major problem at some point. So they're going to want to cut things back and move, you know, some of the market around to maybe, you know, have time to rebuild those croplands that have been, you know, screwed up by animal ag. So there's a lot of reasons why a millionaire philanthropist might want to spend, you know, put some money into a greener alternative to meat and dairy. But to just say it's satanic is a bit much. And Justin always rags on me because I'm not defending Bill Gates. I'm just putting the truth out. Nobody even, you know, no one even knows that Bill Gates owns a shitload of cattle. And it's kind of an important thing. Yeah, and land. Which he, you know, the land he owns in California. So he owns like 0.002% of the land in the United States. People Carnus loves saying that he's buying up all the land. When he does have a large amount for a human. He does own a large amount of land, but in comparison to the amount of acres there are in the United States, it's very, very small.
What it might be, and I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, is the percentage of agri land is higher. So for agricultural purposes versus total land, it's probably in context that he can do that with, like, for the animals and cattle.
like, and a lot of the land he's bought in California, he's doing like GMO soy on, which is like environmentally, but it's environmentally minded stuff. He's like, oh, we need to, get these. The whole point of GMOs is to make more food, for more people, to feed more people with it, streamlining all this stuff.
And move it away from what is natural for the body and speaks the body's language in terms of actual nutrition and causing inflammation. Debatable.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this is a pretty spicy. This rhetoric is pretty spicy in this video, but it is some god guy, so I guess it does make sense. Wow, this is really long. How much do you want us to watch? Race Lever, 2 hours and 31 minutes.
But rather having a righteous, godly balance in the process. Now, not only will we be getting into the subject
debate, it's like, no, it's like the same debate for the balanced diet. Like, oh, we just need to be balanced.
This
is balanced, in my opinion.
I really thought the point where he painted us as like violent cult members for pushing or forcing our beliefs on people. Our fucking deity used a cord of whips and forced that diet of non-violence on people. He protected animals. So I have no problem following my creator's image.
What's fascinating is these individuals, they look like they've literally been, I'm trying to think of what the word is.
Those are crisis actors. They've been made up. They aren't even probably real people. We'll never know if they're real because there's a hierarchy of command that keeps, like, as long as those people got arrested, we'll never know what happened to them, whether they're real, whether the stories are real. They could be completely made up. Those people didn't look like vegans, any vegans I've ever seen. They're a little too chubby in the face. Not that I haven't seen some chubby vegans, but
the only old vegan I know is Al-Marie. So for me, yeah.
But I mean, just how this is all being presented, this is how they wanted those vegans to be looked at, and now we're like, just like Darren said, since there is some crazy cult of vegans in NorCal, tranny vegan leftists that, now we're all tranny vegan leftists that support killing humans. We're all pro extinction and all this shit. And that was one thing. There was a Patty called in and was talking to Mark once, and they were talking about, oh, fucking vegans don't care about humans, and like humans don't care about vegans. And it kind of, I don't know, like it just, the veganism thing, obviously, like obviously 90% of the time, we're fighting for freeing humanity, and it's the same fallacy. Oh, we can't save animals and humanity at the same time. We can't chew gum, walk and chew gum. The whole like, oh, vegans, and like, oh, I'm not going to call myself vegan anymore. Like it's nonsense. We need to stand up for this stuff. And this is just pure propaganda so far. How this guy is even coming up with these statements. Go ahead, Arya.
Can I read a message that is similar to this guy's mentality that I got in the inbox from a friend?
Do it.
I'm gonna translate it quickly now, just into English. He basically like agrees about what I post on Facebook, and then this is what he wrote. But I didn't even open the message like half a year because I knew what he would write. So when I was cleaning up the inbox, I like stumbled that it's not opened, and I said, like, let's see what he wrote. And he says, "Hi Arian, I hope that nobody will be You won't be offended by my comment. It is not malicious. I often see that you put up interesting posts that I completely agree with. And after reading it, I always wonder how you can see this and you are blinded by veganism. I don't want to start any discussion. I simply hope to push you a little towards opening your eyes and mind to think a little more deeply about the whole agenda to which you contribute a lot, unaware of damage it is causing to the world and the population with the personal thoughts and not the served narrative that is constructed in such a way as to confuse and deceive people. You know, like it's basically like this guy. He thinks this we are like evil agenda or whatever. Like,
well, these dudes have all fallen for this like boomer propaganda. Like, it's super funny. Like Justin with all of his anti-LGBT shit that he puts up day in and day out. It's like, dude, you've really fallen for that. That's like the mainstream propaganda that the powers that be want everyone fighting over that shit. And you're gonna post this shit day in and day out and call yourself a truther? Like, holy crap.
Yeah, like
I call him a fake truther all the time.
Oh.
A father of my friend, like, he asked his son, like, why you never say good appetite when I'm eating, you know? And the son, like, he's vegan, and she says, because when you eat animals, it would not be honest for me to say to you,
wow,
good appetite, you know, have a good meal. And he's like, oh, you're evil, man. Like I'm not evil. I'm just
evil.
Yeah,
he's
like
being authentically himself. And
yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it just to say it. I want to mean it when I say it. And so I don't want you to have a good meal where there's a victim on the plate. Like, so, yeah, people don't want to get it. They just avoid the why always. Like, crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's keep going with this. We need to see this
Are
proverb.
treated, and how the true followers of the Messiah are commanded to love and treat even the beasts of the earth with respect, and the significance of why we're still allowed to eat biblically approved animals, and the amazing spiritual revelation behind it, but also how we handle ourselves in the process of doing it. And finally, for you that are vegan or vegetarian, solely based off of the fact that you cannot stand to see animals suffer in pain and get killed to feed you, I'm warning you right now, you are going to face a shocking reality that you're going to have to make a decision about. You'll find out later in the documentary what I'm talking about. So now that I have given these disclaimers, because I don't want the devil to trick any of you into shutting this video down out of just a quick assumption or offense and not receiving the truth. You understand? Because that's what he wants. So if you truly believe in the Messiah and you happen to be a vegan or a vegetarian, please just stop and pray and ask him to reveal the truth to you within this documentary, and that you won't fight against it. Because if truth offends you, you have to ask yourself what that means about you. And finally, I just want to give a quick testimony. Months back, as I was working on many different ministry things and projects, videos, and major documentaries, the Most High commanded me to look into this subject. So I created a file and started to put things together and meditate. But then I went back to other projects and major documentaries that needed to be done first. But now is the time. This is the season to release this very shocking documentary. So with that being said, let us begin.
Oh boy.
Animal rights activists have held protests outside butchers' shops across France.
Ces militants vegans.
Vegans go nuts with threats to farmers.
There are 3 words that are consistent: rape, murder, and slavery.
Well, it's forcible impregnation, isn't it?
And how far are you prepared to take that?
Race Lever's
That's an
going to
interesting
give me
question.
another copyright strike. This fucking guy.
The voices of the Elohim told them to do it. It's
Yeah.
not his fault.
We'll come back to that. Check this out. This is pretty funny.
Oh, you changed your photo.
Ihuasca.
Huh?
He changed. He's eating something on the photo.
You trimmed your beard as well, it looks like.
Hey, this is Ryan of Happy Healthy Vegan, and I have a very unique and distinct why I'm no longer vegan video to respond to here. And why I say all that is because this content creator who I've never heard of before, Ryan Cropper, said he quit being vegan because the ayahuasca god or whatever told him to do so. I know it sounds kind of funny, but I want to make sure everyone knows my reasons for making these videos. I'm not here to make fun of Ryan or shame or anything like that. As always, I have two goals and only two goals. One is to see if there is some absolute compelling reason why this person had to give up a diet of all plants, so they're going to get really sick or die or something like that. And secondly, I'm listening to what they're saying and picking up cues, trying my best at least to see if they're even really vegan in the first place. So let's jump right in.
Essentially 6 years ago, I went to Arrhythmia. You can watch the whole story there. I did like a series on them. And during one of the nights that I partook in an ayahuasca ceremony, the ayahuasca told me to eat meat. And I, being vegan for around 8 years at that time, swiftly declined.
Awesome. Good for you, Ryan. I'm glad you didn't listen to the ayahuasca god speaking to you there.
I had, up until that point, intentionally mentally conditioned myself through years of
Aryan,
watching
calm down.
videos online of animal
bandana's
abuse,
aggressive.
documentaries and doctors online. Doctors.
Why do you put air quotes around these, I assume, vegan doctors? You just don't like them anymore?
Telling me that eating meat was bad.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure who or what you're referring to there, but there is a large body of evidence suggesting that there are some health risks associated with eating meat. And some of these recommendations come from very non-vegan doctors, like, say, the World Health Organization, whose studies find that both processed and red meat increase your risk of certain types of cancers.
I knew that there was some doubt within a lot of us watching. I didn't have to believe in everything, but I chose to believe in it anyway because I was sold on the idea that there was a perfect diet out there that was going to make me feel like Superman.
All right, so now I have no idea what Ryan's talking about here. I know of no vegan doctor or organization of health professionals who say that science has shown that a diet of all plants, a vegan diet, is a perfect diet or the optimal human diet or anything like that. No, what we do know for an absolute fact, though, is that a well-planned, an appropriately planned vegan diet is nutritionally adequate for all people in all stages of life. And who knows, maybe that'll make you feel like Superman, but that's no promise from any vegan doctor I've ever heard of.
I conditioned myself out of the diet that I was in because I was feeling crappy and miserable. I was eating processed foods as well as meat, and I was feeling tired and I didn't want to age really fast and fall apart. So I thought, let's go super clean, let's go vegan.
Eating a vegan diet has nothing to do with being super clean. I'm hearing a lot of talk here about diet and perfect health and stuff like that. I'm not getting the cues from Ryan here that he was vegan. Let's just make it clear here what vegan is. It's not a diet. I mean, yeah, we eat a diet of all plants, but veganism is not a diet. It's a stance against animal cruelty and exploitation. It says nothing in here about perfect health or cleansing or anything like that. For example, if you really wanted to, as a vegan, you could have a diet of just like beer and Oreos. Yeah, that's technically vegan. There's no animal products involved. Would I recommend that? Hell no, but it's vegan.
I had to be vegan because I had to learn of ways to detoxify my body. I still do those.
No, veganism nor vegan diets have anything to do with detoxifying. Shows that you have no understanding what veganism is.
And then I went a whole year
So good.
without taking any ayahuasca. And Arrhythmia emails me and asks me to come out again. And so I do. I arrive, I take the ayahuasca, and on day 3 of vlogging my experience, during that trip, ayahuasca asked me again to partake in eating anything from an animal.
I mean, this is really weird. He goes back to his ayahuasca retreat place a year later, and he has the same sort of vision, the ayahuasca god telling him to eat animal products, any kind. I mean, it sounds like your ayahuasca god is some kind of anti-vegan. And unfortunately, for the sake of animals, Ryan gives in this time and actually listens to the ayahuasca god's instructions.
I took myself a fried egg, chucked it on the plate,
What a dumbass.
I smelled it like an animal. Smell something. I got it. I eat it. I automatically feel like throwing up.
I mean, I really just don't know what to say here. There's just so much wrong going on, but I'll try my best here. First of all, what evidence do you actually have, Ryan or anyone, that when you have your ayahuasca visions, that you're actually receiving any kind of direct communication from some kind of intelligence external to that of your own? And let's just say, for argument's sake, that when you're on ayahuasca, you are indeed communicating with these divine, spiritual, or even extraterrestrial beings from another dimension or whatever. Just say that were true. How would you, as the person experiencing this on ayahuasca, be able to distinguish that the being or thing that you're communicating with is actually evil or good? You're assuming that it cares about you. It's giving you some helpful information. How would you know? It could be some kind of devilish, demonic creature and is giving you horrible information. How do you know? Instead of just automatically assuming the objective existence of these supernatural beings communicating with you, even companies who run these ayahuasca retreats targeting Westerners like Ryan here tell you flat out in their literature that the visions that you have under ayahuasca are just the surfacing of deep-rooted fears from your own psyche, not from those of an alien or God or something like that. And just applying Occam's razor, the principle that states that the theory that involves creating the fewest amount of entities tends to be the correct one. The simpler theory or explanation tends to be the correct one. Let's weigh it out here. Supernatural, extra-dimensional beings from another plane of existence communicating with you and giving you solid, good information for your own benefit, or just something going on in your own psyche, deep-rooted fears, insecurities are being processed under the ayahuasca experience. And before some like Gen Z person says, well, you just don't know, you've never experienced stuff. No, let me just show you my background here. The 90s, I've done some exploring of my own. I have some books you probably have never even heard of. This is the first edition printing of Pharmacotheon by Jonathan Ott. I have I believe a first edition printing of Food of the Gods from Terence McKenna. And I have modern books too, like DMT, the Spirit Molecule. My point is, I have done some seriously heavy psilocybin mushroom experiences, like 4 grams, and then I've also combined them in the past with MAO inhibiting plants with the psilocybin mushrooms, creating a similar kind of blend that you find in ayahuasca. I know what I'm talking about here, that I've experienced these sorts of realms before many times in the 90s. I haven't done it recently, and I can tell you that I have no reason to believe that any of the experiences I had, any things, the visions I've seen, were somehow objectively true, external to my own mind and brain just going haywire from having its biochemistry messed up for a little bit. Anyway, enough about me and my psychedelic past. Let's move on back to Ryan's story, to where he actually starts eating meat again regularly.
And I moved to Bali. In Bali, most of the people that I met there were eating fish, including the people near the beach resorts. I was kind of reluctant, but I tried it anyway. And as I started eating fish, my brain woke up. The brain fog cleared.
Oh, brain fog. Okay, so this is an old excuse or a reason we've heard from many people before. And it's just so weird. Like, I know like literally hundreds of vegans, and none of us have brain fog. It's only the people that quit being vegan that say they had brain fog. But anyway, let's learn a little bit about brain fog and see if it's something that should happen to vegans. Like, let's look at this website from Cleveland Clinic, a very non-vegan oriented website. And here are some of the causes of brain fog. And notice how veganism, or a diet of all plants, is not one of them. But look at the bottom here. Poor nutrition. Meaning people on any diet, vegan or otherwise, who are for some reason not getting the right amount of nutrition. Say they're under eating, not getting enough calories, or not getting enough different food groups in, and therefore experiencing malnutrition. And this is why I think so many of these why no longer vegan people say they had brain fog. I believe them. They were eating a poor diet, but that had nothing to do with veganism. It had to do with their approach to eating plants. And I'm afraid that Ryan here probably falls into this pattern, because I'm hearing talk about cleansing and purity and perfect diet and all this stuff. He's probably doing something non-standard, meaning not following the recommendations of these health organizations as to what constitutes a healthy vegan diet, and probably doing something that's not quite right, and thus having brain fog, but blaming it on a vegan diet in general.
People around me that were also vegan did the same thing. They had the same experience. We started to openly talk about how fish is actually really important for the brain. I knew this growing up. I knew this growing up. My mom would constantly stress about having my cod liver oil tablets, and I was a fan of salmon.
I'm not a doctor, a dietitian, or a nutritionist or anything like that, so don't take anything I'm saying here as like nutritional advice, but it sure sounds to me like he probably would have benefited from having taken some omega-3 fatty acid supplements. Like he said, oh, salmon, yeah, they eat the algae and stuff like that. Well, you don't have to eat the salmon to get the algae. You can take a vegan...
Oh, you can eat vegetables and nuts. Crazy.
These fad dieters look for any excuse to stop being vegan. It's pretty funny.
You know what's the problem? That vegans, some apologist vegans, push a lot of about the diet, you know, and people perceive veganism as a diet. That's the problem. And then people say, "Oh, I tried veganism, but it's not for me." Like, and then the whole principle thing about against exploitation is totally ignored.
They
It's
only
also
do it for personal gain.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the whole problem.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I feel better eating meat. And it's like, okay, so if I told you that it's to my advantage to commit theft because I have more money.
And that's okay.
And that's
Yeah.
exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty funny. All right,
Or
we're
like-
going to continue watching this because Race Lever is going to have an aneurysm.
That's an interesting question.
What I have a real problem with is radical vegans storming into supermarkets, militant vegans, terrorizing old people.
Militant
I don't understand.
Terrorizing.
I thought we had an agreement that y'all would stay in your lane and we would remain in ours. Because that's the beauty of being a follower of the Messiah, that we respect and honor all men, even if their belief system is unclean. You have the God-given right to not eat meat if you don't want to. And I was cool with you. And when some of y'all would go into supermarkets and restaurants being disrespectful, and no offense, but even acting psychotic at times, we gave you a pass. And even when you would lie down in the streets forming a chain, blocking traffic, trying to force your beliefs in a dominating way, which is witchcraft, we still continued to give you grace. But when you cross the line and try to twist the scriptures in the word of God to fit your narrative and misrepresent the almighty Son of God, that's when we got a problem. Lying as if the almighty Son of God was a vegan and has this soft, effeminate side, as if he is not still the most high God of war. That's when you give me no choice but to stop editing these major documentaries and make this video on my lunch break. And you know, for someone who only wants to live off of tofu and vegetables, you sure looking like you want a whole lot of beef. But my advice to you is be careful. Because the very one you are coming against when you start twisting the scriptures and misrepresenting him is the same person that you will stand before on the day of judgment. So with that being said, let us begin this documentary.
Oh my God,
that I
it
like
still
to
hasn't
call
even started yet.
The silent
Good Lord.
screams coming from the salad
Come on,
bowl.
Race Lever. You got to give me some like timestamps next time. We just watched half-hour intro.
Oh, you go, Bolt.
No, definitely not a joke. That's for sure.
But your
Yes,
pretext is that
Muslim.
Jesus was a vegetarian.
Absolute
Might have been
narcissist.
crucified because of his vegetarianism. I mean, on what possible planet do you base that on?
The film doesn't say that he was crucified being vegetarianism, but there is a massive thing in the film that happened 4 days before he got crucified, which was a cleansing of the temple that's historically documented. And the film explores what happened at that and what were the intentions of not only Jesus, but the Nazarene movement at that time and giving it complete context. It's been mistranslated. It's a powerful, powerful reveal that will really transform Christianity. And people everyone from scholars, theologians, archaeologists, early Christian historians who know about this, who have seen this and explored this with an open mind, they say this is massively, massively groundbreaking, and it's going to really be a new chapter for Christianity.
I'm sure there are many of you that could agree that one of the most vexing things is to see blinded hypocrites, unbelievers, and wicked people, whether they're religious or not, misrepresent Jesus Christ of Nazareth and twist the scriptures for their own demonic agenda. Now, the first thing that you and I have to do is microscopically examine and expose these vegan wolves in sheep's clothing, or should I say, wolves in a lettuce wrap.
Wolves in a lettuce wrap.
And shine light exposing the darkness of their agenda, because what they're doing is very crafty. By twisting what the word of God actually says to fit their demonic agenda and misrepresent the character of the Lord God Jesus Christ.
Give peace
But first, let us go ahead and listen to the word of God when it comes to the chapter they are referring to. And then, with the light of Christ, the author of the book, we will see the truth of why Jesus Christ, the Lord God Almighty, did what he did in the temple. I want you to listen to this, and we'll be right back.
And Jesus went into the temple of God, and cast out all them that sold and bought in the temple, and overthrew the tables of the money changers, and the seats of them that sold doves, and said unto them, It is written, My house shall be called the house of prayer, but ye have made it a den of thieves.
Now that you have heard the word of the Lord, let us go ahead and see the mystery of what Jesus Christ of Nazareth was really saying when he was flipping over the tables, telling them not to make the Father's house a marketplace. The first thing we have to establish is that Jesus Christ of Nazareth is the Lord God Almighty.
He did what Da Vinci did.
If you have been deceived by wolves online to believe that Jesus Christ is not the Lord God, and you reject him as the Almighty God, you are standing on very dangerous ground, because anybody who rejects Jesus Christ of Nazareth as the heavenly creator will face the wrath of God the Father on the day of judgment. Now, this is something I can't get into in this documentary in detail, because I need to stick to the topic at hand. But
oh my God,
these people are serious.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's pretty funny. Race Lover's going to lose his mind, but we'll watch this in pieces over the next couple episodes because it's very long and sounds very funny. But
you misrepresented the words of Jesus.
Yep.
How dare you question? It's blasphemy.
You notice a common thread here that it just requires belief, and it always takes place in remote antiquity before recorded time, and you have to put a black veil over your mind and project an idea.
Yeah.
Just like the tabernacle of the ineffable El Shaddai, bloodthirsty demon Elohim, who refers to himself as we, they, us. Unreal, demiurgic, diarrhea spew. Jesus is Lucifer, dude. Jesus is Lucifer. That's it. That's a man, fully human and fully incorruptible. End of story.
He was an anarchist, and all his followers are statists.
Yep. That's the old meme. So yeah, Mark was on Sam Tripoli. Might be his biggest interview he's ever done. I don't know. Alex Jones, obviously,
yeah, other
still
than
pretty big.
InfoWars,
Yeah,
probably second to InfoWars.
pretty big deal. Where is it?
Right, you just look. Mark Passio.
There it is. All right, boom.
For the free desserts, okay? Don't try to pull something on our friends at Home Chef. Thank you, Home Chef, for sponsoring this show. What was that like to go from, this organized religion, whatever it is, Catholicism, Judaism, whatever, Christianity, to go to the exact opposite side of that? What lured you into that? Because we do see that happen a lot. The early years of this show when another guy was booking it, as I look back on it, it was very dark. I didn't realize how dark it was at the time because I just wanted to do a comedy podcast about conspiracies. I brought this guy and he started booking some dark people on the show. And then Satanism is such a big part of our culture now. We see it in like Well, you know, everyone just watches a Super Bowl halftime show just to see satanic symbolism so they could yell and scream about it. But what was that like going from, you know, this kind of this Abrahamic, I'm assuming it's Abrahamic, I could be wrong, and then running over to Satanism?
My family's background was in Roman Catholicism, Christianity. And, you know, in hindsight, if I just would have really understood modern religion's roots in astrotheology, it wouldn't have turned into the kind of blind hatred that it did, because I would have had a framework of knowledge to unpack it with. I didn't have that knowledge at the time, so it turned, again, as I said, into a form of, teenage angst hatred. And I said, I'm going to show these people who have tried to indoctrinate me into this nonsense that, you know, I'll get into the exact opposite. When in fact, it's not the exact opposite. It's a dialectic. A dialectic is a false choice presented to people to keep them in a state of illusion and slavery, just like politics is. The left and right are false choices to keep people in the slavery called government and called the belief in authority, which is still what people in the so-called truth and freedom movements have not figured out. That the answer is individual sovereignty. The answer is living in harmony with natural law and objective morality, and understanding the true difference between right behavior and wrong behavior. See,
I'm trying to make it seem like
religion of the world is Satanism. It doesn't matter whether people consider themselves Jewish. It doesn't matter whether they consider themselves Christian. It doesn't matter whether they consider themselves Muslim. The de facto religion of the world is Satanism. If I ask people to describe what a rhino means politically, a Republican in name only, they'll say, oh, okay, it's somebody who pretends to be a Republican and really they don't have the values of a political Republican or conservative, and they put on a mask of being a Republican, but they're not really that. So they're a Republican in name only. Well, people are Christian in name only, they're Jewish in name only, they're Muslim in name only, etc., on and so forth and so on. The bottom line is the inculcated de facto religion of our world, of the planet, is Satanism. And the problem is people don't even know what Satanism is. They think it's the worship of the Christianized, hooved, horned-tailed deity in a red outfit called the devil that looks like a goat, and we're going to worship that entity. This is how childish, naive, immature, and brainless the overwhelming population is, that they actually believe that's what Satanism is, and that's what drives the rulers of this world, some belief in some horned devil figure. It's so laughable that, like, it's sad. And they don't understand that Satanism is an ideology. It's a way of living in the world. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of relating to other people. It's a way of interacting in the world. And most people's mindset is firmly entrenched in Satanism. It's rooted in their mind. It's rooted in their heart. It's rooted in all their behaviors. They give their lives over to it without even understanding that they're a Satanist, because they don't know what the ideology of Satanism really is. They believe their pastor and what he or she tells them about what Satanism is. They believe their imbecilic family member who's a religionist and who tells them this is what Satanism is. I was a priest in this religion for years. And see, that'll disqualify me in most people's minds right off the bat, right away, right? That this idea, the height of ignorance, the height of hubris and ignorance is condemnation without investigation.
I love that.
It means that you're going to dismiss what somebody says just because they told you they were involved in something that you don't currently accept or believe in. And I don't currently accept or believe in Satanism. I came out of that trance fully and completely. I came out of that mind virus. The problem is people don't even know what that mind virus is, and they don't know that it infects them. They are de facto Satanists, meaning they're Satanists in deeds, in their behavior, in their thoughts. They're satanic. They don't have true goodness in hand. They don't have true morality in hand. They don't even know the difference between right and wrong, truly, definitively. They don't have conscience, the knowledge of the objective difference between right behavior and wrong behavior. Most people are inculcated into the mind virus called Satanism. And here's what the real ideology of Satanism is. And here's the thing. People don't want to hear this from a person who was in the clergy of this religion. I was an appointed clergy member because of my in-depth knowledge of this ideology. I was appointed that rank. I did not seek it out. I did not go to Anton LaVey and say, Anton, please make me one of your priests. I didn't do that. I read into what the ideology of Satanism was, what the entire thing encompassed mentally and behaviorally. And I said, I'm going to make this my essential religion. I'm going to make this my belief system and my ideology. And then I'm going to espouse it. I'm going to put this out there and try to get other people to accept it and believe in it as well. So I was a person who was ideologically poisoning people in my stupidity and my ignorance because I bought into something that sounded good to me at the time. And I admit that. I make no bones about it. And what I'm trying to tell people, what I've been trying to tell people for the past 18 years of my life, really 23 years, but in earnest 18 years, I have been trying to tell people that they are, in fact, satanic in their minds and in their deeds. They espouse this religion without even knowing that they espouse it. And here is what the religion actually is. It is not. And again, you can make this argument. Who knows more about the details, the ideologies, the practices, the rituals, etc., of a world religion? This is a world-renowned religion. Who knows more about it? An idiot who listens to what they think it is from somebody who also has never been involved in it and just thinks that they know what it is? Or somebody who is practicing clergy in this religion and ideology? And that's what I was. And I didn't seek out that position, just to be clear. Anton LaVey himself, when he was alive back in the late 90s, in the mid 90s, really, he died in 97. When he was alive, he recognized my writings and music. He had teams of people bringing him people who were espousing his religion and telling him, this person really understands Satanism. They'd be a good spokesperson or clergy member for it. He had a team of people that was looking in pop culture, looking in pop art and music, and then bringing LaVey people who they felt that his sub team of higher level priests, what they call magisters and magistras. They were basically bringing people to him, them alerting him to people who were really espousing the ideology. And I was one of those people that they said, you want to look into this guy. You want to look into Mark Rokar. Because I was espousing Satanism through my music, through the lyrics in my music. We were known as one of the top satanic ideology bands in all of heavy music, period. It didn't matter whether it was heavy metal, black metal, death metal. We were considered a form of death metal that was called blackened death metal. That's the genre that we actually kind of defined. Blackened death metal. It's not black metal. It is death metal, but it has elements of black metal.
What is
and so it's called blackened death metal.
What is the difference between black metal and the other metal?
Black metal is usually more melodic, a higher pitched vocals defined by certain beats known as black metal beats. Whereas death metal has more choppy guitars that are less melodic and a thicker, heavier sound with deeper guttural vocals. And I would say that's really the basic differences between them. So
this is funny. I've always he should talk about being in a death metal band more, that's what's funny and kind of interesting about his story. It's hilarious. It's pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty typical. It was a decent interview. Mark fucking killed it. Sam just kept interrupting him over and over again. This is the biggest stretch he let him talk, but just to do his stupid podcast stuff, to shout out his freaking sponsors and stuff. Sam didn't really have any deep questions really at all. I don't know why Sam would even know who Mark is. Sam's kind of a clown. But yeah, it's a very big interview for Mark. Hopefully he gets some more followers.
Real followers.
Yeah, real followers.
We were a blend, and we were called blackened death metal. That was the genre that grew up around the type of stuff that we did and espoused. So LaVey became aware of my music, and LaVey became aware of my writings. I wrote in fanzines like the Grimoire of Exalted Deeds out of northern New Jersey. It was just one of them, and many other ones, many other small zines, as they were called, underground magazines, basically stapled together paper. You know, some of them, they actually went and had them printed professionally, but they were usually just very inexpensive little tiny magazines that people would drop stacks of in music stores or art stores or forums. And you'd get writings about things that you wouldn't ordinarily hear about, you know, and Satanism was one of them. And that's what I wrote about in fanzines that would accept my, submissions. And I wrote for many of them. And he recognized my writings, realized I was a good proponent for the satanic ideology. And then he wrote to me one day through his partner at the time, Blanche Barton, who was one of the people running the day-to-day operations of the Church of Satan. And they sent me an appointment to a priest, up to the rank of priest. People hear this all the time, and they somehow translate this in their mind. Mark Passio says he was a high priest in the Church of Satan. I'm never preceded the word priest when it comes to me with the word high. The only people who think that are high themselves on bad drugs, not even good ones. Okay. So, you know, I've never said I was a high priest because there's only ever one high priest in this organization, the Church of Satan. There's one high priest. There's a council of 9 underneath them, who is a ruling council who makes decisions about the direction of the organization. Underneath them, there's magistras and magisters. Those are high level priests that direct other priests. Then there's the rank of simple priest, which is what I was. Then there's the rank of simple member. I mean, you could say there's active members and just regular simple members. Some people make that distinction. You know, I really don't. There's member, there's priest, there's magister, there's council of 9, and then there's high priest. That's the functional organization of the Church of Satan. That's their structure. I was a priest.
Satanist. Very organized. You'd never think that.
I totally agree. Yeah, it's ran by white people. They're pretty organized.
Yeah, white people are pretty organized. That's a great point.
So LeVay sends me an appointment. I didn't beg him for an appointment to the Church of Satan. And then the next thing he asks is, will you head a grotto, which is what they call their covens, in the Philadelphia area? Because we don't have many grottos in Philadelphia. That's where I lived at the time. I'm now out in the suburbs a little northwest of Philly. But, he asked me to head a grotto. And I said, no, I don't really want to do that. I consider Satanism a very personal thing. I don't want to make it a group dynamic for me. Quite frankly, I don't want the responsibility. I wasn't making a whole lot of money at the time. Not that I am now either, but I really was hurting financially at this.
Which says a lot about what's going on now. I don't want to head a coven.
Time. Right. And I was like, I don't want to take on that responsibility of, having almost like a school for other people and directing them in this ideology. I'm like, I consider this very
exactly
personal.
What he's doing.
I consider this just something for me.
He doesn't want to.
And he said, fine, that's fine. You could still take the appointment of priest. You can act in that capacity, meaning I could be a spokesperson for the actual Church of Satan organization. I was empowered to act as legal clergy. I could perform weddings. I could perform funerals in a legal capacity. Because this is a chartered religion, Mark, in the United States.
What about Satanism drew you in?
Great question. Pure egotism, because that's what it is. It's saying that the self is essentially God. And what we think is right is what we make into what is right. It's pure moral relativism. And I could go over the tenets, the basic tenets, which is what most people think. Most people believe that morality is relative. They don't believe morality is objective. And we should actually try to achieve an objective standard of morality that exists in nature. They think it's all relative and we get to make it up. And everybody has different morality, and it's just all relative and there's no objective standard. And this is one of the tenets of Satanism. The other thing that appealed to me was the pure egotism of it. The self is elevated to apotheosis, meaning you're taking the self and you're putting it on a pedestal and you're saying that's what God is. God is all about us. We're the highest expression of the universe and nature and intelligence. It's not up to us to discover the workings of the laws of nature. No. Human beings are the epitome of nature. We're the top. We're the top dog. There's nothing beyond us. There's nothing beyond our ego. This is how purely egotistical this religion is. And see, coming out of something that I felt, this deceived me. Organized religion deceived me. And it did. I bought into nonsensical organized religious beliefs, got my hopes all up about how this was something good when it was really just another control system to direct people's minds.
But yeah. Check it out. It's on Mark's Odyssey. Might as well watch it on Mark's Odyssey instead of Sam's website, just to give Mark the traffic. But I would highly recommend watching that interview.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, he's always good. And without missing a beat that he talked about the different definitions of black and death metal and everything.
Yeah.
He's truly such a guru of this stuff. Actually, do you remember, Ali, when he actually made this poster during our course?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Totally remember. Just everything. It was interesting just seeing the flow of how his mind works, seeing him put this stuff together. It's like,
yeah.
oh, okay.
And go
Very
from I might
methodical.
do this to okay, I'm doing this.
Yeah. And there it is.
There it is. I
This is
like
the
it.
course where that guy, your breach of contract, he was in the course also.
Yeah.
Correct.
What's his name?
Esteban.
Breach of contract. Mockery of fucking the occult mockery.
I love just his face. We never had like a picture of him, so it's just that I
The
have
monkey,
the image I used
angry.
for the thumbnail, or it was just like the angry NPC face, like the angry NPC meme, or it just looks like a robot, just like angry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little Esteban.
So Mark's doing a shadow work seminar at the end of the year. If you don't do it, you're a fucking loser.
Oh wow. But
I agree.
Yeah, if you're into natural law and you miss this, then you're missing the boat.
he will put it out for free after.
Does he?
After a bit, yeah.
Yeah, but
nothing's from free. You have to pay attention.
Yes, true.
Is this
$70?
Is this
Yeah, it's open.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I'd imagine. I think he opened it up now because crypto we're in kind of like get the last of your money in before the crypto market explodes. So I think he decided to put it up way ahead of time to get a little bit more money into crypto. But yeah, it's not till November. I don't know if he actually cuts these things off at a certain number. I doubt it.
I don't
remember the 22nd of November.
Yeah.
There you go.
$70 donation.
That'll be amazing.
I will put in my piggy
I'll be
bank.
there. So hopefully we'll get in some trouble. Is it just me or this lady look like Jana?
Who's Jana?
Jana's a beast, natural law practitioner, content creator that's kind of behind the scenes. But it's probably it's one thing we never really talked about. Probably one of like the top people to ever just teach natural law. She's got a YouTube channel. She's got a book she's been writing for a long time. She just blows everyone else out of the water, but she's not really out here, like I am.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it does very good work. Jana ESP.
Yeah.
Look her up on YouTube. All her shit is dope. Beast vegan from the One Great Work Network. Former One Great Work Network actually left the One Great Work Network because of nonsense going on within the network. Yeah.
Wow. When was that? How long ago was that?
21 maybe.
At the same time. You guys are in such sync. It's uncanny.
Probably over COVID.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'd imagine.
We just found it after the fact, so
he brought her up in class one day, and it was very strange. I don't even know if she knows this, or what's her husband?
Noah
Kimball.
Mm-hmm.
But Mark brought her up in class one day and had like a moment.
It was a student brought.
Oh, I remember that. I can't remember what was said, but you could tell it kind of cut to the bone what had gone on.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he kind of went on a rant,
Mm.
and it seemed very. She eventually played it for me. It seemed very out of place and kind of like
There's some unresolved things there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That she took it to a different level and left what he was teaching or something like that. Was that right?
I personally think that was Mark's first time dealing with someone who may be better than him or his equal. And I think he's had to do some shadow work about it. But in that, I mean, I'm completely pulling shit out of my ass right now. This is just my opinion. Probably didn't happen this way, but I just think that they butt heads because she's really that good, and she disagreed with some of the things.
How he was presenting and
how the tactics he was using to get the message out, she disagreed with,
or just his idea of him being this. It's the hero archetype where he is just, it is bestowed upon him to save the world, and he is angry because the world is not wanting to be saved, and he's caught in that. That was her major criticism.
Where he set himself up for failure, expecting to change the world, to change the world, and then meanwhile he's ignoring the people in his network that are completely trashing his name and not
ignoring the individual, basically. Like
focusing too much on the meta.
Yeah, well, feeding the darkness and not the light.
But I think that might have been a situation where Mark might have not dealt with it so well, or both of them didn't deal with it so well, or whatever, who knows. But it's a bummer because we're not all united in any way whatsoever, because everybody, like we were talking about, like even Bracky noticed it the other day. He's all, man, we sure lost a lot of people over dumb shit over the years, stupid little disagreements, and we lose people, and we're all scattered. Everyone's scared to actually talk about things.
Why? That's so stupid.
Still, no one showed up here. Open show. How many people we've talked shit to? No one's had the balls to come up here and talk to us about it, as if we're in the same room with them and gonna beat them up or something. Like
only
fear.
Esteban has balls.
What's that?
Esteban has balls.
That's what I was going to say, the same
Yeah,
thing.
true.
He did at least have that, but he was on a mission. He was probably pushed to do that. So
he was using his young ignorance. He showed up, just like Joey Schwartz, the carnivore kid that I ruined the career of. Yeah, like he was dumb enough to actually go, I'm up so far up Mount Stupid, I'm gonna go debate everyone, and then he gets his ass handed to him in all these debates, and it's like, oh.
But he doesn't think he's up Mount Stupid. He actually thinks he's very enlightened and knowledgeable.
What are the 3 expressions of consciousness?
Oh my God.
Answer right now, or else you don't know anything about natural law. Get out of here. Yeah, that was funny. Esteban was one of the best of the year.
Such good sound bites on that.
Yep.
Cool. John Bob said bye.
Oh yeah. Once we start talking about Mark, he's usually pieces out.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There was a cool cool study that came out about meat avoidance, and the longer you avoid meat, the more disgusting it becomes, which is something most vegans get this point. A month after cutting meat and dairy, they walk into the supermarket and go by the meat aisle, and it almost makes you throw up.
Can I just say something to that? Because it's been 4 months, but the second time around. But I walked by the meat department yesterday, and I wanted to hurl. The smell was like, I hadn't smelled that before. It would normalize with me.
You're more sensitive to that. Yeah.
And I walked by and I went, it was really, I mean, I wasn't going to heave right there, but it was gross. And so what you're saying is 100% true. And that's not,
you've normalized.
It came from.
You've normalized.
Stinks.
I was on
it's normal
to diet for a week, and I ate some junk food today, and I really didn't like it. The feeling, and I'm gonna stick to fruits more. So imagine going back on meat. Crazy.
People can say what they want, but Whole Foods and plant and veg, they don't stink.
Nope.
Yeah,
you normalized yourself to that smell. we've brainwashed ourselves into not smelling that anymore because it was forced on us when we were too young to have a choice.
Yep.
It's like being in a culture that doesn't take showers, and like you don't smell that you smell, you know, like just...
Right.
Or there's cultures who there where there's areas where there's more cell phones than toilets, and so it's sort of like it reflects a culture, but from a young age it's the same thing. If you were around feces all the time, it becomes normalized. You don't notice it until you get into the practice. I mean, it's pretty shocking that this is the same thing with animal products. It's pretty it kind of exposes what's maybe natural. I hate to use that word because it's a little funky. Who's to say what's natural? But just as far as like what's healthy or what our tendencies are, it shows what humans' true tendencies are. Where if we're away from something and we just completely not just stop craving it, but it becomes disgusting. I mean, that's not something we should be eating, probably.
Like vomit.
I'm not trying to sound like a prude when I say that. It was a genuine physical reaction. And I was like, wow, it surprised me because it was a visceral sensation.
It's almost like a moment of clarity when you're like, oh, I'm really done with that. You know, like you're like, holy crap.
Packaged meat department, you know, where they have the saran wrap, not like the like the bacon thingies, but the ones that, you know, the aroma can come out. And the butcher department behind. So it was just like, wow. Sorry to talk about that, but anyway.
Whole Foods is like the worst. The Whole Foods store, their meat section smells worse than any of the supermarkets. Yeah,
well,
they have
and
like
the fish department,
all
kangaroo
this, like
stuff.
gross meats and stuff in there.
Oh god! I mean, when I was in uni, I worked at the deli counter, for God's sake, which is like that's a whole other story. I came home smelling like deli meats, but
I remember when, because like. Most of us, we don't stop eating meat because we don't like the taste, right? So like I remember when cooked meat started tasting differently for me. That took a while because you can be really hungry and smell something cooking. I mean, we're kind of, you know, it's what we're used to, what we're programmed with. But I remember the first time I smelled like, I think it was burgers or some sort of beef being barbecued, and it smelled like burning hair. And I remember not even under but I wasn't even like, oh, that's meat. I don't like the smell of meat anymore. I was like, what is that smell? I couldn't even place what it was. I'm like, what is that smell? That's gross. That's something burning. Gross. Is that burning hair? And then I realized it's barbecue, and it was a weird moment, and it took a long time.
Right.
I mean, I've been vegan for it's been 10 years now, and it was not till maybe like 4 years in that happened where it's like, okay, I could smell cooking burgers and be like, especially if you're hungry, like I said, kind of all right, that smells good. But it's a weird thing when there's something switches, and takes a long time to undo everything that we've been, you know, how we've been programmed.
When you fill up, then you see how much it was not even, it was totally toxically comfort.
To that end, what it really is it's fat. The fat is the flavor, and either with the oils or the
spices,
salt too.
Fat and salt. Well, that combination of giving that mouth feel and taste and everything.
Like a lot of people that are like, oh, eggs are so good or cheese is so good. It's like, no, that's the salt in it. Literally, the salt is what your, you know, your favorite part of that taste is the salt for sure.
And I had a conversation with somebody this week. They were asking me what I was up to, but and her reply was, in her words, "Oh, I just need my comfort. I like my comfort food." And I said, "Do you think you're addicted to your comfort food?" "Oh, yeah."
Yeah, for sure.
She's honest.
Well, that's that new age bullshit. That's takes 12 years to get to become vegan. You know, it's like it's nonsense. We've had we had actual doctor come up here and debunk that kind of thinking.
I am curious across the board what it is that kind of there could be a sequence of clicks with people. Is it nutrition? What pillar is the one that either got them thinking or kind of sealed the deal? Is it nutrition? Is it animal welfare? Is it natural law and sentient beings and harm and not having domination over another? Is it environmental? Which pillar, is it for people? Is it taste? I don't know. Like, it's interesting to see what people are drawn to.
Yeah, or what they respond to.
Right.
It would be cool if being courageous was trendy, taking risks or not
That's
being
the
afraid.
crazy thing. Like, everyone's favorite characters in like movies and stories and stuff. Yeah, it's the kind of ironic thing, but then that's sort of the, like, let's say, like, the stand-in for these genuine aspects of like being that we should all aspire to. They give us movies to watch, so we get those good feelings of doing that, but it's not us doing it. We're watching this character on the screen. We would never do that because that's not, that's not realistic, and that's not something we can. There can't be a vigilante, like, who actually takes care of crime outside of the police system, because we have police and we don't need that in the real world. But there's still like something innate in people where they need to see it on a screen or have that feeling of that. But yeah, it's messed up.
Yeah, I will wait for a newsletter. Somebody else will do the work that I should do.
yeah, or that exactly. Oh, someone else will do it.
I mean, it's not easy. You're
Let
going
me know when the world is vegan and anarchist.
Yeah.
But it is going against the flow by and large. If we look at the stats, like whatever 1 to 4% or whatever it is, and you just have to, like, if you watch it, for those that watch TV, you look at the advertisements, and it's just that's the British that kind of I like the way they say it.
I love that.
They call aluminium. That one I didn't like, but anyways, and you'd be hard pressed if it's not every one, it's every other one that's going to have something to do with animals. And you look out and you look at what the food choices are out there. It's a conscious effort and choice to go, no, I'm going to work around this, because it is a workaround, in sticking to your guns about how you feel about it. It's not easy, and yet it is. It's both.
Right. Well, it takes time, right? You got to spend more time at the grocery store reading labels. Sorry, like, not everything is going to conveniently be labeled.
If you don't eat whole foods,
yeah, and generally, if you're just going by stuff that's labeled as vegan, it's going to be more expensive and not really sustainable just to eat that way. You have to do the research and spend the time and figure out, okay, what are the things that, what are the plant-based foods that are available to me that are realistic? And
what is also crazy is when people say it's expensive, and I say, I always mention that guy 2,000 years ago, a vegan poet named Almario was vegan, so he didn't have supermarkets. He didn't have a fake meat or whatever, like they call it, alternatives. So what do they eat? Lentils, beans, rice. So vegan food is food, natural human food, right?
Yeah.
But
the easiest food. You don't have to go fight an animal to kill it.
Simple food.
Most likely these people back then were mostly eating vegetables and fruits and nuts and seeds.
Yeah, they were eating food. I mean, I believe that we are frugivores. I'm more convinced that we are frugivores, and that the actual food is fruit for us. But
we don't get PTSD from picking fruit off of a tree,
And we're meant to, we can cover distance. We have endurance. We're meant to forage.
Unless it's ackee, because that has poison in it. There are some fruits like the Caribbean. It's ackee. I'm being funny. I don't know if what effect that has. That's almost like an egg substitute in the Caribbean that I'm learning about. ACKE, and it has the texture and can be like if you're making an omelet or a scrambled egg, it can substitute that, and it's a fruit.
Mung bean works really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you have it without cooking it a certain way, it's poisonous. But anyways, that's why I was like,
Well, that's like cashews, aren't they? Isn't the fruit this? Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
they're
they're
highly toxic. Yeah.
We got this giant piece of dandelion that she cooked up in a soup yesterday that tasted like it was poisonous.
Or it was just raw. It cooked into the soup. Did you taste it in the soup? It was actually, it was a gift from the farmer's market, and it was like this alien looking. It was in the dandelion family, so it was a
Like
mystery
it was
plant.
like a root and a stalk.
It was like many stalks, but anyway, yeah, it tasted. But you know,
Looked
it's
like a
like
mushroom
it had a
almost.
very bitter taste, and a lot of things that are
Really bitter.
actually good for us are in bitter. It comes across as tasting bitter.
Made my mouth numb for like 20
It was
minutes.
like an
It was weird.
astringent, yeah.
Like Schweppes.
Wow. And I retract what I said. The cashews and cyanide. It's poison ivy. It's the family, the poison ivy family, isn't it?
Oh,
cashews?
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
it's
I didn't know that.
poison.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Let me look. Cashew.
You're like, I know. I'm like immediately went to Google.
Yeah, cashew.
I know that
Ivy.
the poison that's from cashews ruins the hands of the women that pick them in India.
Yeah, it's like an ethics issue for yeah, I've heard about that.
It says
It's
the
acidic.
are you looking at? Oh no, it does say the anarchardic. Oh, it's a very difficult spell. Family of trees, sometimes called the cashew family, includes mango, poison ivy, poison oak, sumac. Love sumac.
What? Yeah, me too. Such a good
Indian
ball.
pepper, pistachio, and I haven't clicked it for more. So
What a trip! I had no idea those things were all related.
And it says it looks funny. It's protected by a poison ivy type toxin called urushiol. Which, yeah, so it is part of the
Crazy.
poison. Interesting. I adore cashews. Oh my god.
Cashews are good.
Cashew milk. Ooh,
Oh.
decadent.
And you don't have to strain. You just blitz and go. And cashew cheese. And anyways, geeking out. On
Yeah, I know. Don't get us started.
So David Rams has had this guy Wayne on his show a couple times. This Asian dude in the middle. He's from San Francisco. He's a animal
Direct action
rights
everywhere, right?
lawyer. What's that?
Direct action.
He's an activist from DXC, Direct Action Everywhere. Yeah.
But he's like a lawyer.
Yeah.
Dude is, I mean, I'm not really into the subject they're talking about in the subjects. They're talking about like Trump and the meat and dairy industry. But this dude's fucking really cool. I hit him up on Instagram to be on the show, and he straight up told me no.
Oh.
But
Yeah, he was
that's okay. He's like, he's got like a real job, and like he's like a real lawyer and shit. And it's like, yeah, I get it. Now are your times. Now are your time. But really interesting dude. We'll probably just listen to a little bit of this.
Anything about this? Yeah, so there's been this transition over the last 10 years away from sale to sanctuary. So for a long time, it was totally legal for horses to be shipped for slaughter to places like Mexico, Canada. Apparently, a lot of French people eat horse meat.
They
which is
do.
despicable. Sorry,
They do.
to any French members of our audience, but you know, eating any animal is despicable. One thing that's actually come out in the last couple of years is that this transition has not been very successful. So
it looks like we're on the show.
Nominally, these horses are supposed to be more limited in their capacity for slaughter, both the numbers of horses you're allowed to ship and
So, David,
the availability of alternative programs for shipping wild horses. Basically, what happens is the Bureau of Land Management is pressured by factory farmers who want to use all the land for cattle grazing and don't like the fact that wild horses are eating the grass. And so they used to just gun them down and shoot them. People got upset about that. So they said, we'll ship them out. And then people found out they're shipping them off to slaughter. And so for most of the last 10 years or so, there's been this transition, increasing amount of federal money being sent to supposedly place these horses in sanctuaries. But there were a lot of investigations over the last couple of years. Some good friends of mine documented not only like abusive practices and rounding the horses up. So we did a video a couple months ago of this guy just like kicking, just viciously beating this horse in the face over and over again, who was down on the ground because she couldn't get up. And they're trying to drag this horse into a trailer. The horse won't go. And obviously the roundup is terrible. So it's like, okay, I mean, that suggests these places are not the nicest place in the world, these supposed sanctuaries. But then there was another investigation the New York Times did that found a lot of these supposed sanctuaries were basically places that were being paid by the government. So they're paid by the government to place the horses in good homes, and they're still shipping them to Canada and Mexico for slaughter. It's like a complete front operation. So they get like $4,000 or something like that from the federal government for every horse they supposedly place in a sanctuary. And then we trace where the actual horses are going. They're still ending up in slaughterhouses in Mexico. So it's been a broken program. I don't think you can blame Biden for this one, because I think this program's been broken for the last 10 years. But it's another example of how the government has just failed. I mean, the government does not serve the interest of vulnerable beings well. That's true of human beings, but it's even more true of animals.
Right. You know, what's interesting is just a side note there, like not to go off on a tangent, but it's interesting that a lot of people look at horses. A lot of people in the West, probably most people in the West, and they'll say, "Oh, how could you ever hurt a horse? They're such beautiful animals." And they're generally seen as these just gorgeous, beautiful animals, right? Most people find them physically to be, I don't know, attractive is not the word, but you know what I mean. They look nice to most people. Majestic, probably exactly is the word, right? But yet, when it comes to the people handling them, what you described about them punching the horse in the face because they wouldn't move, that's something I've seen many times with pigs and cows, who people don't tend to think are majestic and don't tend. But it's interesting that when push comes to shove and they're in a place where people are, you know, profiting off them, they're all treated the same regardless of that kind of viewpoint from the rest of the world, if you know what I'm saying here. So it's interesting that when at the end of the day, a horse is just as much you know, product as a cow is, or as a pig is to these people, right? It's and I'm sure that bothers a lot of people for the reasons I said as well, you know, more so than pigs and cows.
Can you pause that a second?
Like property. If you look at concentration camps or slavery in the United States, I mean, you treat.
It's interesting because what he's saying is bang on. I lived in Europe. I lived in Switzerland, and it's, you know, many languages, not often English. On the food labels, I was having a party. I picked up, at the time it was like 20 years ago, salami, and then I turned it around and it was horse salami in the just the grocery store. Frickin', I don't even want to know if I.
So it wasn't after you ate it.
No, I caught it. But like,
that would be a kind of a bummer. You'd be like, oh no.
No, I was still a label, but like I was like, Chev, okay.
Wow.
Not that it would mean
whatever horse
that it's any different.
You know, it looked the same. It was just like, oh my God, I don't want to know if it's normalized there. It really, I'm still like verklempt over it. I'm like, oh my God.
Italians eat horse. I'm curious now. I don't know.
Horse salami?
Yeah.
In France. It was in France.
There's some weird shit in France.
Yeah, the border is just like 5 minutes away from like Geneva. You just go over, you could do shopping in both. It's a kind of a weird setup. But anyways, you go and it was in France.
Wow.
But I think Switzerland would be the same anyways, really. They're you could look it up.
Majestic corpse.
Human beings or animals.
Sorry, that was it. It was just to back it up to go like legit had that experience. Horse salami. Switzerland.
Like things, and inevitably abuses will happen. This is why we need animal rights. I mean, it's not enough just to improve animal welfare. As long as they're treated like property, they're going to be people who beat horses, who kick horses, who kill horses. It'll be totally legal, but the animal has no rights. So what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, 100%. Then there's.
It says here
just as much. You know, product as a cow is, or as a pig is to these
Wayne,
people, right? It's and I'm sure that bothers a lot of people for the reasons I said.
Swung,
HSIUNG.
Wayne Chung. Human beings too, when they're treated like property. If you look at concentration camps or slavery in the United States, I mean, you treat human beings or animals like things, and inevitably abuses will happen. This is why we need animal rights. I mean, it's not enough just to improve animal welfare. As long as they're treated like property, they're going to be people who beat horses, who kick horses, who kill horses. It'll be totally legal, but the animal has no rights. So what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, 100%. Then there's a few. There's a sort of minor point here, which I'm not going to go over in detail, but it concerns the use of certain the transportation or use of certain service animals on air flights. So going into the negatives again, I'm not going to cover all of them, but I just wanted to touch on maybe one or two sort of more significant one. Well, Wayne is going to be more accurate in determining which ones are actually more significant, but in my layman's eye, which sort of seemed to me like the more significant ones. So one that seemed pretty significant to me was this second one. The USDA finalized the federal rule to do away with slaughter speed limits at pig slaughter facilities. So what I get from this is that there was some speed limit in place. Presumably that is the number of animals that you're allowed to kill in a certain given amount of time, and that's being removed. So my understanding is that one of the most negative impacts of this will probably be that they can just kill more, like a higher volume of animals in any given time. Maybe they can make their slaughterhouses more efficient, or the ones that they already, like the ones they have, they can maybe scale up in terms of numbers, or they could shrink down the number of slaughterhouses, saving them costs. Either way, it seems like it's going to benefit the industry there. Wayne, I don't know if you're going to hand my ass to me again on this one, but do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I think you're right. It's that was a big deal. I actually think the bigger deal was not the pig slaughterhouses, though, was the chicken slaughterhouses around COVID-19. And just to give people context, the slaughter limits for chickens, and the reason it's bigger is because pigs, because individually there's a lot more monitoring of an individual pig. If a pig slaughter line increases, the odds that a pig ends up in a scalding tank fully conscious are still relatively low. I mean, it does happen. It's vile and evil. I mean, if you read about human beings have experienced being dropped into scalding hot water alive, it's the accounts are like some of the most disturbing things I've ever read in my life. Just the amount of pain you feel all over your body. But with chicken slaughterhouses, they actually increase the lines from 140 to 170 per minute, right? So that is per minute, not per hour. Every minute, you're talking about almost 3 chickens every second passing by you. And you were supposed to, there's usually maybe 1, maybe 2 workers checking to see these animals are actually unconscious and that the electric stun bath and the blade have actually killed them. And if the electric stun bath hasn't stunned them,
Darren, you lost some weight, dude.
Oh, thanks for noticing.
And you got your haircut.
That is true.
That helps also.
The energy is different, Darren.
Well, thank you. I took some time out for introspection.
It suits you.
So what you got for us tonight, bro?
I got a Bell's Oberon Eclipse citrus wheat.
What is it?
Bell's Oberon Eclipse citrus wheat. It's
Is it sweet?
Michigan
It's a
beer.
citrus beer?
Very
It's like
mildly,
fucking
like
poison.
not even as sweet as Blue Moon, but like, you know, on the sweeter spectrum. It's 6.3%.
Damn, dude, your face doesn't even look the same.
Thanks.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure it's the haircut too, but you definitely lost some weight.
I wanna get Alicia's results, but I work a lot of hours, so I got to do it slower.
Oh, you see the impact of VGT Live? Look at us.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I've noticed Alicia's mental sharpness. Yeah, alacrity, acuity. It's sharpened. But are you talking about Equivalentics, Jeff?
Yeah, I want to hear about this shit, dude.
All right. So first of all, it's not a thing. All right, and that's that's the whole problem.
Move your if you maybe just a little bit. You're
distorted?
just a tad
Too
away.
loud?
No, it seems distant. Just if you
A little
want to.
quiet.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can adjust that.
Or the volume or something. Just
Yeah.
because if you're gonna
How's
get
that?
into it, it's better there.
You're on control too, Darren.
There we go.
So, Equivalentics is a thing that was going around last class, and it's what kind of set me off in the first place. Not because I'm
Yeah, it did.
afraid of it, but I'm afraid of the impact it'll have, because this freedom movement with natural law, as opposed to other movements, actually has the right answer. And that's why I was attracted to Mark's work. I've been studying the occult since probably 2005. Okay. And I mean, Mark is the first one to show us the picture on the puzzle box. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we know how all the pieces fit together. All of the things are important. The financial, the diet, all of those things are important. The self-defense principle, but
It's
what
important to
Mark
know how
put
to
in,
put them together. Yeah.
yes, he demystified the occult, and it made sense to me because the only purpose
at least in my opinion, that I got involved in like religion or studying comparative theology at all was to get to the truth. I got robbed at gunpoint in 2005. I realized, 8 pounds of pressure in someone's index finger could have ended my life. Also, the person that was working with me, he was the one up front. So I had to make a choice. If I run out the back door right now, could these guys panic and shoot my coworker, right? So it was a bunch of moral dilemmas and existential dread, realizing that life is fragile. But even facing a life and death situation, I chose to not run out the back door because I figured, I don't know, I can't, just to save myself, I can't increase the chance of him getting killed. And so, but it didn't sit right with me, and it caused me a lot of stress. So I started reading into the occult. So when I found Mark's work, that's what made me realize he's got it. He's got it. He went through the same or similar, dark night of the soul, lost his faith in religion, but then found the truth. And this is something that, I've been paying attention to, and no one's ever put it out there like Mark. And he's right that the time is short. Humanity doesn't have that much time. And that's why I hold people in the natural law freedom community to a higher standard, because we don't have the luxury of being shit golem cannon fodder. We have to keep this idea alive. Okay. So all these things like the sovereign citizen, freeman on the land thing, that's a trap. All they want to do is get you to take your license plate off the car so they can kill you. That's all it is. Okay. Like anybody, the financial things, I respect the ideology of freedom, but what I'm saying is they want us to engage on the 3D platform like loser thugs so they can crush us like that, and not only crush us, but get a round of applause while they do it. All right.
You catch the ones that are trying to rise out of it in the cul-de-sacs before the gold mine, even the ones
Correct.
trying to rise out of it.
Correct. It's a redirect loop, and that's what psychiatry is. It fundamentally teaches that man is an animal without a soul. Okay, and that's where I ended up, because my family couldn't explain what's with your comparative exponential religiosity, Darren. Why nobody knows the answers? And I'm like, that's bullshit. I refuse to accept it. And you know what? I'll stop looking for answers when I'm dead. Until then, I'm gonna keep learning. That didn't sit well. They're like, okay, how do we weaponize? Let's get the police to take him to a hospital and force him to shut the fuck up about this truth idea. So, and then I realized, okay, smoking weed in high school, listening to Pink Floyd, brain damage, remembering games and daisy chains and laughs. You got to keep the loonies off the path. This is to teach people that there is no higher truth. There's no fundamental truth. So how that ties into this whole equivalentics thing is it's new age bullshit. Mark, as well as other people, have told us that new age shit is put out there to get the people that know that conventional religion is bullshit, and that's there to get us back into believing things that are not true. It doesn't matter what we believe in as long as it's not true, because if to be good is to be right, and to be right is to be good. If you might have good intentions, you might not be doing harm, but for the greater good, the capital G good, you do have to be correct if you want your undertakings to be successful. So what's happened here is I'm seeing the freedom movement get tangentialized and injected with cryptozoology, cryptocurrency, UFOs, channeling, mediumship. I mean, Harry Houdini got killed after he challenged Arthur Conan Doyle over the bogus nature of spiritualism. I'm not saying that there aren't extra dimensional entities. I know all about it. Okay. I'm fully aware that most people don't even realize they're schizophrenic. Schizophrenic is a Greek term, which means shattered mind. Okay, it's a worldview schism. It's a left-right brain schism. It's an imbalance. Just because you don't hear audible voices doesn't mean that you don't have different ideas pulling you in an opposite direction, causing cognitive dissonance. The people who are cognizant of their cognitive dissonance are the ones that get drugged because they don't want people to actually go through the metaphysical healing stages of transpersonal psychology and unite their lower self with their higher self. That's why Jung is so suppressed. So what's happened here with Equivalentics is we have people claiming to be speaking with human beings who are actually starseeds in human bodies. This term Equivalentics is new, but it actually is related to it's just a subversion of logic. That's all it is. And what they try to do is they try to get your mind. Jeff, you're muted.
I tried to look up the word and there was nothing on the internet.
There's nothing. This is new. This is a new thing, and it's now a half a dozen members of Mark's former class.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So all it is a rebranding, but should I use the present button on StreamYard to show something?
Go ahead.
Okay, let me pull it up because this is my first time doing it on StreamYard, but I have a special folder about this BS. I have detailed files. Of course I do. Sovereign Cyborg. All right.
So I heard someone talking about it, and I heard it, and I was like, "What is that?" And the way they were talking about it, they're like, "Oh, and if you're not into this, you're just like, you know, you got to get into this. This is what it's all about right now." And they like didn't explain it in any way. They just said the word, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?"
It was at the end of class party. In the end of class party, and so Meg,
twice,
who's a Sadhguru initiate. That's a whole other thing, but it's actually the same. Okay, Sadhguru says he achieved enlightenment, yet he can't explain anything out of the Vedas or the Upanishads. Why is that? Why is that? He speaks at the World Economic Forum. These people will never tie their knowledge to a physical, tangible scripture by Adi Shankara or any of the ancient teachers. Why? Because they want a following of listeners, akousmatikoi, listeners, order followers, people who can't look within themselves. If I can't verify something someone says in the 3D, then it's useless. And so what she pitched that to Mark, she said, this is like beyond CIA top secret level knowledge. So then we had another student in the class say, I'm ex-military. Tell me about it. She said, oh, it's way beyond that. You can't understand. You were a sergeant. I mean, this is way high up. And so all it is it's similar to scrying. It's similar to, all you do is empty your mind, but then you just listen. But you don't judge, you don't monitor. That's the problem. It's missing the critical thinking aspect. Alicia?
Can I just interject in this one thing? Because when this whole thing, which is still in New Age, when they say empty your mind, empty so something can come in, that's where the danger is.
That's a walk-in, and that's exactly what this is. You know what it is.
Yeah.
It's not, because here's the thing. When I'm around people, like back when I used to be institutionalized, and I was around people with schizophrenia, I didn't hear voices, but anytime these people's eyes would start bugging out and they'd start listening to stuff that's not there, I would feel a pressure in my eardrums because that's the ether. That's why electronic voice printing works. Okay. I knew a guy who was 90% deaf. When he didn't have his hearing aid, he didn't hallucinate audibly. So these things are there in the ether. Okay. They're not existent, but they're
subliminal
bullshit. Yeah. And so a lot of times they're actually just residual thoughts of people. All right. And so what these dudes want to do is get us to just listen to a bunch of bullshit. But what I feel is happening is they're recruiting people, and they're specifically seeking out natural law and SRA people who talk about satanic ritual abuse and deprogramming. I'm going to play this audio clip, and I got to grab my food, but I'm going to play this minute and a half, almost 2-minute audio clip about Meg telling me, the one who pitched Equivalentics to Mark, as if he was dumb enough to believe in that, but she pitched it to him because she really wants to get him, and I think this is a concerted effort by people in the New Age movement to subvert the natural law.
Ooh, okay.
And what this
and
is as well,
they've used Mark's, pay to get close to him. What we've been complaining about.
Then they had
Not
to
vetting of
donate like
anyone.
$500,000 or something ridiculous to the network, who also is forming an alternative great work hub with Meg and Jerry.
Oh, really? So then this has been paid
This
by
dude's a multimillionaire. That's what I'm telling you.
Slav
And he's
was
a
telling me about
world-renowned
this
musician and pianist. I'm telling you, it's like you don't just go around the world learning stuff about the occult and be a gypsy and have millions of dollars. It's not how it works. Just
So
give me
this is
one
a
moment.
Trojan horse.
I'm going to share my audio and cut off my camera, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Is that going to work?
I think so.
I think it should pop up on my end, and then I let it go.
Okay. I'm hitting the present button and then share screen.
Okay.
All I'm saying is once it starts,
Okay,
I'll
go ahead. Try
have
it.
to step away for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, share.
Okay, here we go. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah, turn up the volume. Yeah, he did.
Can't hear it.
No.
He's gonna have to start it again.
Yeah, he's getting his burrito.
Oh, he just started it and took off.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Is it bad?
It's
We
too
can't
low.
hear it.
Yeah, too low of a
Oh,
volume.
it's too low?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can adjust that. I'll play it for 2 seconds. Let me know, and then I'll restart. It's not long.
It's really low.
Should I send you the file, Jeff? It should be pretty quick.
Didn't we have this problem? Or no, it was.
I think, it's something
Maybe,
with
yeah.
third parties with StreamYard. Sometimes they just don't work.
I can shoot it through.
But I think the video,
you can
when you
send
sent it to me in the video, it was really quiet in the video too.
How about I just send you
re-edit it and crank up the
like the gain?
Yeah, or something. But it's really quiet, and it sounds like it's on an old telephone.
Okay. So let
You
me
might
stop
wanna
sharing.
transcribe it.
The alternative maybe is to play it off your phone and see if it just goes through the mic at a higher volume.
Okay, that
Yeah,
might
try
work.
that.
It's so ghetto, but it might work.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All the graduates of the tech course, how about just playing it off your phone?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let me
It
see
might
if
not
I.
work.
Gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
So nice to
Yes.
see you again. So real quick, how did I find Mark Pasio's class? Like I said, you knew that I was working with an organization that was working underground in this unseen world, blah, blah, blah. It was 2 years of that. I always wondered what was the best thing that people like me could do to help humanity. And one of the greatest things they ever told me was, well, we need to find a way to change human thought and behavior. They're working with leaders and they're impossible to deal with, to get through to, etc. So, I was working with Sadhguru. I saw that he had a really unique approach to expanding our consciousness and opening up the mind to all possibilities. It's completely different through a knowledge-based, it's through spiritual work, and quite different way. People have a lot of prejudices and they don't connect with him, obviously. So that was kind of not going to work for a lot of people. So I asked the universe for another solution. how do we change human thought and behavior? Where do I start? I put that thought out there, and I had met a friend who introduced me to Jay Parker, and from Jay Parker, I met Mark Passio, and it just took off from there.
Who's Jay Parker?
Satanic ritual abuse
Abuse
survivor.
survivor. Yeah. His family are the ones that programmed John DuPont.
Oh.
Yeah.
Snap.
Yeah. Old money satanic families. Yeah.
The DuPonts are fucking. There's plenty of weird shit about the DuPonts. Even recent stuff.
Oof.
There
That
was
case with the guy and his kid.
The guy with the gymnasts.
Well, there's that, and then there was another heir of the DuPont family. His last name is not DuPont. Didn't do a single day in prison. Admitted to
Child stuff
with an infant.
Yikes!
The judge said he wouldn't fare well in prison. You don't think they grease the wheels a little bit, as if you know?
He would drop the soap.
Yeah, exactly.
At the very least.
Now I can share a visual image you should be able to see, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I have some screenshots of the book that person Meg on the phone just like had recommended to me while we were in the class.
So who is Meg?
Meg is the person with Jerry and Manny starting the great work hub.
Girl. Yeah.
So, and then Jerry told me, you know, Meg's a recruiter for the White Lodge, you know, and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, yeah, so maybe this is a psyop by the Great White Brotherhood.
Do you have Jerry's interview with
the alien?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you want to hear about the heroin planet?
I don't know. We should probably watch that interview. It's pretty funny.
Do you want me to find the timestamp so you can? I can tell you where it is so you can share it without getting a strike.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just for
okay.
Yeah.
That would be
or we can just plug her website.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, it's pretty funny shit. Like she's lost her mind, like completely.
And here's the thing that I don't want to be mean about that. If that was the only problem. It's okay, but like the fact that she wants to help means that we need her to not hurt the movement.
Yeah, she's gonna mislead people. Send them in the wrong direction.
And
it's like the people, and it's like the people in this movement are so, you know, half-ass with everything that they can't even
anything they can do to avoid reading a book.
Yeah.
Like
so
they do not want to learn anything.
It's like the new age bullshit filter doesn't work on half of these idiots.
No, because they want a download. Actually, that was the name of the book, Downloads from the Nine. Yeah. I should probably...
Nine, dare I ask?
Probably the 9 Princes of Hell, honestly. But...
God, I just
so I'm looking through the video I sent you, Jeff, and I'll tell you the timestamp.
Yeah. Where'd you send it to me?
Telegram.
This feels really creepy.
It is really creepy, Alicia. Your intuition's spot on. So 2 minutes.
And then what happened in the funnel chat? That was hilarious.
2 minutes. I'll share that. Yeah. 2 minutes and 13 seconds in until.
How do I show this?
You might have to
share screen and you select the window of the media player you're using.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah.
And it stops, and you'll want to stop it after 7 minutes. And 20 seconds.
Last night.
Well, once
I
you
showed
play,
Ariane.
you'll probably get a scroller once you press play, and then just pause it.
I'd rather just leave it small so I don't get dinged anyway.
There you go.
You can't see it?
We can.
Oh, okay. Cool.
We just need to hear it mainly.
Yeah.
I think it was really low.
It will get a scroller too. Yeah. once he hits play.
So where do I go to?
2 minutes and 2 minutes. Scheiße. I don't know what just happened.
Oh, is it just Jerry?
Yeah, it's just Jerry. So just two minutes and something in.
Yeah.
As long as you skip the first minute and then just go to where you see Jerry.
Just minimize all of these. Maybe?
Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, it's not.
And luckily, this stuff is not popular. Like, it's not something that Epic or any of these big companies are combing through anyway.
So here's a question as he's trying to cue that up. Is there a guess estimate on how many people are involved in this? Like, how grassroots is
From
it?
the class, Jerry, Meg, Miko, Manny.
Well, maybe you don't have to name names. I don't want to but
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Jerry, Manny, Meg, Miko. And there's a common thread here. All these people never show their real face, never have once, and always use AI and are obsessed with cryptocurrency. You see the common thread here? Fake. Fake, fake, fake.
Interesting. Yeah.
Or I can just send you a link and
Dropbox or
something. Yeah. I can just send you it.
You can
fresh.
pull it up. Why can't you? You could pull it up, can't you?
Yeah. Let me try. I just got an idea.
Ariane, what time is it? Are you getting to have breakfast now? You poor thing.
5:30.
You are beyond a trooper. I don't know how you.
Hard.
Oh my God! Such dedication.
Here we go.
David Goggins.
David Goggins.
I'm gonna go for a 4-mile jog after.
Yeah,
right,
bro.
So this should work now.
Okay.
You get the award. Volume.
Pleiadians are gonna save our asses. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Now you just gotta share your volume.
Oh, now our volume.
And they eat fake meat.
That's why we might.
Part of the
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. You're gonna have to try on your side.
No problem. I got an idea. What I'm gonna do is send it to myself in Telegram and then pull it up on my phone. Semper Gumby.
Jesus.
Always flexible.
I know Fidelis. I didn't know Gumby. That's interesting.
Yeah, always flexible. Semper Gumby. Semper Flexibilis. And Six Semper Tyrannus.
It's a funny video because you're like, okay. All right.
Oh, you've seen this?
Okay, this is cool. Wait,
I just included some copyrighted material that we don't want to get a strike for. That was my bad.
Yeah,
so it was a little learning experience.
When was this? Oh, another.
He made a clip edit earlier.
All right. So let's see if I can pull it up just like I did with the other call.
But it's a hilarious video because it's like, oh wow, holy crap!
Not for public distribution, I guess.
Well, she's doing a presentation and it seems very legit.
GodIsLoveTruthLife.com or GodIsLoveTruthFreedom.com because a life without freedom is not a life worth living. My name is Jerry Cavazuto, and today on my phone I have a very special guest. His name is Leo, and Leo is an extraterrestrial from Florin. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And otherwise, do you like to identify yourself as a Pleiadian or Flourish, or how do you like to refer to yourself as? The best way to refer to.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
No, okay.
We are Pleiadians, but we are the same race.
You want to get personal? Let's make it personal. Fucktard.
I'm going to be eventually making an announcement, but I might as well mention it here that I'm going to be starting a sort of natural law school because I see how we can directly influence the next generation in a positive way in their formative years, especially with this knowledge, and we can teach them this stuff. And then, you know, maybe as like a culminating experience in their educational journey, you know, they could join us in the great work and actually make stuff, you know, and then that'll hopefully inspire grown-ups, you know, especially the families of these kids being like, wow, like, look at what my kid made. Like, what am I doing?
My
You
kid
know?
came home from school talking about channeling.
And Leo gave an example. So, and I think, Leo, you were describing a place in Florine? Okay, so he said yes. There's an area of shallow seawater with small islands, and yeah, people live on them. And that, you know, the main water source for this area is this huge waterfall. And at the top of this waterfall, there's a sort of devil's whirlpool sort of situation, which is sort of surrounded by a huge field of poppies. And, you know, what are poppies used for? They're used for, you know, human heroin. And so this fresh water source is infused with heroin, essentially. And so there are signs around this lake that tell people, you know, don't drink from the lake. But it's not really enforced in the way that we humans may think, right? These signs are more of a warning for you as an individual. So long as you're not hurting other people from drinking that water, which everyone in that area does, you have the freedom to do that, right? And so, yeah, this whole minding your own business, if it's so long as you're not hurting others, yeah. Did I capture everything? Is there anything else?
There's more.
Leo wanted to share, and because this is such a central foundational understanding.
Some dude in Israel telling her this shit.
This is why you forgot to mention it. Don't lie. Pleiadians never do this. They understand this concept from a young age. And, you know, for us humans, right?
Is this what you do, Alicia?
Be as transparent as you can. And, you know, don't lie. Let others make, you know, informed decisions, you know, to the best of your knowledge of yeah, the truth.
Good. Makes
Did I capture that, Leo?
Leo, the Palladium.
Okay, so Leo wanted to add that, yeah, if a foundation for a society, like if there's no transparency, when no one shares everything that they know, then that society will always be built on lies and half-truths. And that's a very
sounds like Scientology.
Unstable foundation. And then Steve added, humanity will have to face this truth, this reckoning. You were a part of it.
Steve and Leo.
You individual human.
And the spirit of Abraham Lincoln actually sees.
Good job.
That's what you sound like, clown. You know? So let's just make totally ridiculous humor about what a fucking jackass clown you are because your whore fucking mother didn't raise you to be an authentic being. You want to get personal? Let's make it personal. Fucktard. You're the problem. And all the women out there who want to say they can't hear anger, your mother and your father did a fucking job on you too, little girl.
Little girl.
And then all you want to do is try to seduce other men and get them to your siren call to lay down in a time when they should be standing up and speaking
Any so-called man that follows that piece of trash, you deserve what happens to you.
Look at that. That's based big.
You deserve what happens to you spiritually, and you deserve what's going to happen to you physically.
Damn.
Run this definition into your brain. Authenticity is what happens when your love of truth, agape, becomes more important to you than what others think of you. And if you can't tell, I don't give a fuck about what others think of me, and I really haven't ever. I gave a modicum of a fuck when I first started What on Earth is Happening, to try to get people just to listen. People go, it's hard to even hear about it today. Then guess what, fuckhead? Turn the fucking show off. We don't need you.
Oh my God. Yeah. That.
All right, you're the dross. I'm looking for the spiritual gold out there with a set of balls.
You're in a
You're not
fucking
that.
cult. I'm not
So
in
away
the
you
fucking
go.
meat industry propaganda cult.
That's what you sound like, clown.
It's a song for you. I'm gonna find out that you fucked with the wrong one, boy.
Oh my God.
We're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult.
I love you, and I'm sad that everything's been happening. I get that you were trying to protect me and Megan, but like, I felt like you just wouldn't let it go to a point where
Breach of contract.
Fucking losers!
Darren is breaching contract.
Oh yeah.
Leo on the vegan stuff. Like we were.
Pretty
I
whack, bro.
understand that you were arguing with me on the art.
It's just because I care about you, Jerry. I care about
I
you.
love you too, but dude, like on the ARC chat, that's fine. But I never invited you to the VGT chat.
I don't want you to believe that dude's lies, though. It's causing you like to not focus on reality.
You're gonna find out that you fucked with the wrong one, boy.
Lies, quote, include the need for humanity to become moral and to stop living as solipsistic children and to instead, just mind their own business.
But the Pleiades starseeds is a psyop.
Okay, and again, I understand and respect that there are multiple perspectives on this, and I have one and you have another.
Well, I was going by natural law, and he didn't believe in natural law because he said that meat eating was okay.
If you had bothered to let him continue his speaking, what they do is they don't kill animals. They 3D print extinct meat.
That's disgusting and
I'm not in your cult.
And he's an idiot. I don't care if he's from the Galactic Core, Pleiades, Alpha, Omega, Orion, Beelzebub. It doesn't matter. It's stupid. Why would you 3D print meat when you can be vegan?
You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult.
That's a made up story that never happened. It never happened.
Hi, Darren. So
Here's Meg.
See you
A different
again.
file.
So real quick, how did I find Mark Pasio's class? Like I said, you knew that I was working with an organization that was working underground in this unseen world. Blah blah blah. It was 2 years of that. I always wondered what was the best thing that people like me could do to help humanity. And one of the greatest things they ever told me was, well, we need to find a way to change human thought and behavior. They're working with leaders and
Oh yeah, you guys saw that.
Yeah, that was. We got that one.
to deal with, to get through to, etc. So, I was working with Sadhguru. I thought that he had a really unique approach to expanding our consciousness and opening up the mind to all possibilities. It's completely different through a knowledge-based, it's through spiritual work and quite different way. People have a lot of prejudices and they don't connect with him,
It's pretty
obviously.
whack, bro.
So that was kind of not gonna work for a lot of people. So I asked the universe for another solution. how do we change human thought and behavior? Where do I start? I put that thought out there, and I had met a friend who introduced me to Jay Parker. And from Jay Parker, I met Mark Passio, and it just took off from there.
Jay Parker is the satanic ritual victim.
All right. Yeah, so basically these people are fucking fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, checks out.
But they're gathering steam in some way, huh?
Yeah, the same dude who who donated 10 grand to each creator on the One Great Work Network.
So that was from them.
Yeah.
So Slav was talking to me about that guy.
Yeah, because I told Slav about it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He knows about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just like, are they trying to butter him, dude, so that they can really discredit his work? You know, think about it. It's like when Tommy got made in Goodfellas. You know, think about it.
Weird. Scary.
Well, could be.
Yeah.
So many people.
Oh, Mark, I know that you're angry now, and it's good to give you money. Get the hell out of here.
Money just to shut you off.
Is Mark passed that on to everybody? He didn't even keep it.
Everyone got like 12 grand.
Probably because Mark's an intuitive person.
And there were like people that
It's when someone puts a honey bun on your bed the first day you get to jail. You don't take it.
It was like people on the network who had never done any work or hadn't done work in years still got a check. And then they got another check because there was money left over at the end. So it was definitely given to everyone.
Do you guys remember when Mark got a donation for $1,000 for, I believe it was the conference where they premiered the Natural Law documentary, and someone said he had a whole episode about it, and they said Mark showed the screenshots, and it said, "Hey, I'm going to send you $1,000 from Mike Martin. And what's your PayPal?" Mark, back then, he still had PayPal. Mark sent it to him, and he goes, "Cool, just sent you $1,000." Mark stays silent because he's a man of few words when he types. Okay. Fast forward to the conference. It's not in Arkadelphia. It's one of those other conferences, but it's in an episode. It was like.
Was it Free Your Mind?
State of Anarchy, where Mark had a workshop. They ended up, Mark sold over $20,000 worth of tickets through What on Earth is Happening. And they asked Mark, do you want a speaker stipend or do you want like a 60-40 or 70-30 cut of your workshop? Then they wouldn't tell him how many enrollees he had.
Oh, you're talking about what happened in Philadelphia? No,
this
is with what's his butt, little jiu-jitsu boy. Remember? Carmen.
Yeah. The MMA guy. Yeah. So basically, they insinuated that $1,000 was a speaker stipend.
Yeah.
And then they borrowed Mark's PA, his computer, every single equipment they needed, they borrowed from Mark. And then they dicked him out of 19 grand or something or the better part. And they insinuated that $1,000 was. So it's like he knows, man. When you just get an anonymous donation or even like a straight donation, someone says, "Thank you. Here's $250,000 or here's $500,000." Dude, come on, man. You don't think there's strings attached?
Yeah. It seems a little weird. That's a lot of money.
That's how you get buttered, dude. It's just like, hey, man. I caught a gun case anonymously. I've heard this, people in gang activity, they catch a case, a gun case, a drug case, or whatever. And that suddenly, there's a company dropping off like a $40,000 marble water fountain in front of the judge's house. Hey, here's a gift. Dude, you don't take large gifts like that. And because These guys are using his platform for clout, and they're using his shit as buzzwords.
Yeah.
But completely reverse to actually putting in any work and learning. And that's what I said in the funnel conference. That's in the Facebook chat, I believe, or I think I
Yeah.
sent it, that
That was
screenshot. If you
hilarious.
want to, all I'm seeing is work avoidance.
What's that
You guys
guy's
want to,
name? What was the guy's
get
name
hot.
that was like
Calv,
Ow.
Cav,
Calv?
Golden Cow.
Calvin?
I don't know. Golden Cow, whatever.
These guys like write these things out, and it's just like, bro, get the fuck out of here. Like,
Maybe if they make their aesthetics a little bit like Mark's, it'll be the same thing. And I'm like,
they say
wrong,
fuck a bunch of times.
incorrect, similar, not congruent.
What's interesting with Jerry is how she's going after the children, and that's a very concerning Trojan horse. And I say it respectfully without knowing the content, but with all we've just.
I'm not saying there's ill will. I'm saying if a moron wants to teach children, they should not be able to.
What's
He's
interesting is
obviously stunted at that age, so that's what
and
he
she was
identifies
on
with.
she was on an interview with Ryan Golembeski, who had shows on Discovery Channel and MTV. He knows and hangs out with Corey Enderla in Florida with the Bigfoot Food Forest, and she was talking cryptozoology and Bigfoot and mentioned ETs and natural law within 30 seconds of each other. Now, this is the dude who's made like major media shit, right?
Yeah.
So she's getting people with actual connections in the industry, and she's fried, dyed, and laid to the side, man. She's burnt out. All right. And basically she's not playing with a full deck. She wants to help, and that's why I'm saying, well, if you want to help, you have two choices. Quit the great work because you haven't started, therefore you can't go all the way. Or two, shut up and listen.
Yeah. So, I mean, this whole kids work, I'm coming back on it because the illustrious Dustin was also doing children's
She's a
work.
speech language pathologist, by the way, with like a master's degree. So there's no excuse for the specialties.
Oof. Sorry, that took me off. It was like, it's just like,
You feeling everything tonight?
I might be, but I remember when I even studied Kabbalah back in the day, which don't get triggered, Darren, because it was in the past, but we're past all of that. But like they went after the kids. There was a whole thing, and it's like donate and everything else, and it's for the kids. It was the prison system. It was the kids. It was all these kinds of programs, and I don't know what the structure is here, but who is gatekeeping within the natural law world or the One Great Network or whatever? I don't know how this is materializing, but who's gatekeeping this for the children?
Yeah, it's a little weird.
I hope there's something in place to protect the children because, and I don't know what the content is. I say this, respectfully.
Might be good, but if I don't know, she's talking to aliens and shit. And I guess this movement,
the heroin water.
This movement believes in the inversion of logic. They think that we've been lied to by logic being inverted, and that we are a simulation. We are an alien simulation, and we've had our communication with the aliens cut off in some way. And it's very easy to turn it back on.
Oof.
And
wouldn't they wish? Wouldn't they wish?
From what I've researched so far, that's all I've seen.
It's about staying in the hopium and waiting for a savior and not working on yourself.
Waiting for the aliens to come save us.
It feels like psychic vampirism as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's really sad.
It would be cool if someone was around to call these people out in the right way.
Well, maybe this, I mean, I don't know. Darren, can you hear what we're saying? No, he's off.
Might be running and getting his food, maybe.
He's
or
Mr.
something.
Tablespooning right now. He's cooking.
Trying to
Tab-
be teaspoon.
He's using his tablespoon of oil to get his veggies cooked. He's all, I'm down to a tablespoon. We're like
just. That
a
is, you know.
tablespoon.
Yeah, here he is.
God damn, that's a lot of oil.
Yeah, he couldn't hear.
Sorry,
Just a
nasty veggie
tablespoon.
burgers.
How much tablespoons you put on it?
It seems like this is psychic vampirism, Darren.
It is. And there's that book, Downloads from the Nine, and it has, I can just show you an image if you want. Tater tots. I couldn't actually cook a nice meal like I usually do, Mr. Tablespoon style.
Yeah. That's what we were chanting while you were gone. We're all, Mr. Tablespoon.
Oh, I was in the chat. I was in the chat yesterday. FUNL4 with Will Keller. He's been dodging all these places I hang out in the chat.
Simpatico and symbiotic.
These things are funny. But it seemed like when I was watching a funnel, it just seemed like these guys are doing their shows that they do every week.
They're gaslighting each other. They're gaslighting. They're like, yeah, bro. Awesome, bro. Freedom, bro. I do everything in the practice.
Yeah. That's all it was. And it's like, then there's like, there's like a handful of people that are like really wanting to do good stuff. And then there's just these other dudes just like, like, it's so weird.
Yeah. Exactly. What was I going to show you?
Dustin was in the chat. I'm all, hey, Dustin. Dude, I've been driving these guys crazy from their chats.
Did he leave? Just leave?
Watch your stuff.
They
dude.
all
They
run
don't.
away. I go in and I say hi to them individually, and they just run for the hills. It's hilarious.
They all
Well,
pretend
hey,
like
Dustin.
they don't watch your stuff, but they do, Jeff.
And I hit up a bunch of these. I hit up like Chris Nelson and like Leslie Powers, like the couple people that seem like they're actually like we had Schlurbeck on, Oscar, but Oscar's he's very wary of me. He's like a little
Oscar left immediately when I started talking in like basically every group.
Oscar from Germany.
He's part of it, dude. He's part of it. I didn't want to blow his cover, but he's part of it. All right.
No.
He's 100%.
He does better work than most of them.
He knows
He's a
me,
cool
he
kid.
talks to
He's
me.
he's in the social scene.
I
Big
think
time.
Arian is going to peace out here, it looks like. Is that what you're saying?
No. I want to hear
Interject.
what Darren said.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you this bullshit.
When you said what, Darren?
What Oscar said?
No, Oscar went from the group.
When did Oscar leave? What were you saying, Darren?
As soon as he left your Facebook chat about VGT, as soon as I started dropping natural law truth bombs.
Yeah.
Because he has a Mephistophelian consciousness, and he doesn't want to hear the actual light. He wants to hear fruity little 3D things. Because he's a fucking atheist.
I bet he is. I bet. Oh, that's what it is.
I know, dude. Come on, bro. That's what it is, bro. No mercy.
Yeah.
No mercy.
No mercy.
Funny.
You don't have the right to be an atheist. You don't. Because it's not true. If it's not true, it's incorrect and also wrong.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, some other people that I added left also, some vegans. But I gave them a chance. Just
Yeah,
it's
we
their
all
choice.
did. We did too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
pretty funny.
There you
I
go.
put some that are one from Croatia. He's really a cool guy. Like we talked about taxation in Zagreb, and he watched Pasio's documentary and then his podcasts. And I was like, wow, like I wish most people reacted like this, professionally. Really cool, So there are some we don't have to go in despair, we should always put the pressure and not have expectations, but just push it, right? And
give people a chance to come
be
through
like a
and
flower,
sort of study.
you sometimes you lose your fragrance, but when you put out, the bee's gonna come. So
This is scary stuff, Darren.
Yeah. You see what I mean, Alicia? You know about this. This is not the stuff. This is not the right way.
This is
The
the
Devas
opposite.
of crystalline fire.
It's inverted.
The jinni. This is Iblis consciousness right here.
The genie from the lamp.
Yeah, the Devas of crystalline fire. Astaghfirullah. All right, so in the Sufi tradition and the Muslim tradition, the jinn, the genies, are said to be created by God out of smokeless fire, meaning they have free will. They have free will. Some of them are evil. Some of them are good, right? So this is where discernment comes in. Now, here's the problem. When this guy who wrote this book, Downloads from the Nine, says that he found this knowledge in India, and then he talks about Adonai and the Devas of crystalline fire. He's mixing Indo-Aryan Devas with
Judaism.
And this is Cliphotic yoga. This is the same international spiritual piracy that's been going on for millennia. The Thuggee cult, the people who, the actual Temple of Doom that wants to enslave humanity and have our souls replaced with walk-ins.
This is coded shit.
Yeah, you want to see? Yeah, and I bought this book. I spent my own money on it because I wanted to see what she was talking about. I knew it was bullshit coming out of her mouth, but I had to see this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
This is Meg. Meg is talking about this.
Yeah, the one who pitched it to Mark in the class. That was allegedly her face.
Allegedly.
Here, look. So you're supposed to read this starting at the top left corner.
That's
Alicia. Yeah, it has already been said
I'm
that
holding
every.
my hand up so I don't look at it.
You're like-
Don't
And you're supposed to move your reticular activating system in a spiral and read these words.
You can tell it's coding shit. You can just
Yeah. Like, and look, they even mention MAOA and MAOB and phenylethylamine.
And they take then the
It's an
magical
endogenous. It's an endogenous deliriant, and it fucks up the way your body processes dopamine. It causes your fucking brain to trip out. N-acetyltransferase is strongly affected by individual electromagnetic fields. Dude, these people know what they're doing. Like it says right there, natural hallucinogenic. And then Jerry had the fucking gall to say, now she sees why I was institutionalized. Bitch, please.
Whoa.
You know? And I'm like, all right, you want to get personal? Let's get personal.
Yeah, but
Fucktard.
that's the MO, just like the guy when we had the conversation with that, like where they try to put you on the defense when really you should be on the offense because of what they're doing. It's just a tactic, and don't fall for it.
Right. And I'm just saying, this do-it-yourself schizophrenia is not the way.
You can take this off because this is like really yucky.
It's fucked up. Can't you feel it? Can't you feel it distorting the fucking ether? It's bad.
Jeffrey's like laughing at probably where I'm like,
It's fucking bad news bears, dude. I remember, like, I was in and out of mental institutions as a kid. Everyone's telling me I'm fucked up because I have an anger problem, and I'm like, I'm not crazy. You're the one that's crazy.
Know what you talking about?
Institution. You know, I just wanted a fucking Pepsi, and that's a Suicidal Tendencies reference. So I'm like, but then I'm sitting here with people who are actually tripping, and I'm like, no, dude, look into my eyes. Now tell me what the voices are telling you. And I'm like, no, they're yelling at you and they're threatening you and they're telling you to shut up. You need to still tell me what they're saying. And I've done exorcisms, dude. But it takes the cooperation of the person involved hearing the voices.
Permission.
Yes, because I said, look, if you want to keep hearing these voices, I'm just going to walk away. You tell me that your Seroquel's not working and all that shit. Let's process this. Don't break eye contact with me. Tell me what they're saying, because I don't hear that shit. I feel a little pressure change in my ear, like I'm on an airplane or something, but I don't do that. But you tell me what they're saying, and I'll ask you a couple questions. Tell me your name. And they're like, fuck you, fuck you. You know, the person's telling me, you know, it's saying fuck you, fuck you. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay. Well, what's your real name though? No, I'm commanding you.
Zazel.
That's exactly what it said, Ariane. She said
Really?
it's a non-English word and it doesn't have it has Z's in it. And I said, oh, was it Azazel? And she said, yeah. How did you know? And I'm like, because I fucking know this. What do you think?
Ariane.
You think I just made this up? Yes, Ariane. It was exactly who it was. The Whisperer.
I mean, that's in the movie Fallen.
That's a lot.
Denzel
100%.
Washington.
But that's exactly what it was. The same people who taught humanity sahar, sorcery, and Book of Enoch.
That's one of the fallen angels or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It means enemy of God. That's all it means. The scapegoat. The one who tries to run away. Wind over heaven. The one who doesn't like to give concrete, straight answers. So every time you ask them, they're like, I am who I am. And I'm like, no,
They
fuck
both
you.
feel like
Tell me your name right now. You know? And if I'll apply leverage and I'll torture him with mantras, dude.
They will sell you
Grambira
hydrogen
Mahavishnum Jwalantam Sarvato Mukam. And they're like, no. And I'm like, tell me what the fuck they're saying. And then they left. And they haven't come back for years. I keep in touch with these people. Some of them are my best friends I met when I was 18.
And
Your
then you
beard
take
is wearing your
holy
sandwich.
hydrogen water and immerse them and they melt.
Your beard is wearing your sandwich there, so just
It's where it belongs.
Saving that.
So
if you spray hydrogen water on them, then they will like
that is the
That's a
kryptonite.
solution.
Yeah.
Not
No,
enough
I'm just saying
hydrogen water.
people can interrogate these spirits or voices talking to them, and they choose not to. They choose to believe it because their ego makes them feel special, that they have this special knowledge, and that's the trap.
they're immense.
Have you heard
in
of
their
the
own bullshit.
Even slowing down aging was already inside you. Today, we're breaking down exactly how hydrogen works in your body, in your mitochondria, and throughout your entire system. No fluff, just the real science on why this tiny molecule.
The real science.
Next, stay tuned.
I want to bong rip
Only
off the Hindenburg, dude.
All right,
I'm
well,
just
Only
saying,
science available. Hydrogen water working is in rat studies.
Oh yeah.
And I'm Will Keller. And as I said, today we are talking about just the nitty-gritty, the nuts and bolts of how hydrogen actually behaves when it enters your body
Unblock
through
me,
various
Keller.
different delivery methods that there are. So let's just go ahead and jump right into it. Will, why does this matter in the bigger scope of hydrogen therapy?
Yeah, actually, it matters greatly because we have to have a clear understanding of what the therapy that we're taking in, right? What is H2 and how does it work in the body? And real quick, just some common misconceptions. When we say H2, we're talking about molecular hydrogen. So there's 4 forms of hydrogen, and we're talking about 2 atomic hydrogen atoms bonded together, and that gives us the molecule of molecular hydrogen. So this is a neutral charge molecule, and again, hydrogen is the smallest molecule, so it can absolutely go all throughout the body, and it has a profound impact. So, and we can make better decisions not only on just the awareness of hydrogen therapy, but also on the administration options and the products as well. So hydrogen therapy is gaining traction in the wellness space, and understanding the mechanisms will help people cut through the misinformation and the hype.
Yeah, exactly. In this podcast, we're really trying to structure it to be a methodical, step-by-step progression, taking you from zero knowledge into deep competency on this mode.
If the only information about hydrogen therapy was done on mice, what misinformation could there be? I don't understand.
Hydrogen has 1 valence electron, dude. It's a fucking ion. If anything, it's going to cause oxidative stress. And when you mix it with oxygen,
the acid level of the water.
It's going to make you trip balls and think you're feeling better because it raises it lowers the pH of your blood, raises the acidity, and then the endogenous dopamine in your system decarboxylate into 5-AEO-DMT. Like I said, there's many ways to do it, but also tripping balls.
Drinking water is essential to your health, and now beverage brands are claiming hydrogen water takes the benefits up a notch. So it's water with an extra hydrogen molecule added to it. What is the real deal here? Now, claims that adding more hydrogen to your water may reduce inflammation.
That's heavy water. That's deuterium. That's something else.
I mean, I heard you can last for 5 hours in the bedroom. Wow. You can jump over, you can leap over buildings. I'll drink the Mount Kilimanjaro in 30 seconds.
Drink up, Dr. O. Yeah, it's interesting. So water's made of H2O, so it's already hydrogen, so we're adding more hydrogen.
So it's H3O? Is that
yes.
This has purified water and then molecular hydrogen gas that's added to it. So it's the hydrogen gas is infused in it.
All right, cheers, guys.
It tastes a little hydrogen.
H3O. H3 is fucking tritium, dude. That's a radioactive element, so it's not in there.
Here's the reality. We're going to ask a question. Does that extra hydrogen have extra benefit? There are no studies out there to support these claims.
I'm not buying this. I'm Yeah, telling you. yeah. No, I mean, post-workout, I mean, eating cucumbers, tomatoes, grapefruit, avocado, you're gonna get similar effects. Just drink plain good old H2O. And if you want to spend the money, that's fine.
They
and I think
should
staying hydrated is so
spray
very important. A lot of
the
us forget that,
vegetables
we're not staying
with
hydrated. It's true.
hydrogen
We're 60% water. We are primarily made up of water. Yeah. So gotta stay
There's a
hydrated.
sucker
But this-
born
this
every
is new
minute.
Because within 30 minutes, if you don't consume this, it turns back to normal water. It's like Cinderella's carriage. So when the clock strikes midnight, it just is normal water, people. So you must drink up. So that actually stresses me out a little bit.
Gotta go to the bathroom.
It's Cinderella's pumpkin. It'll just appear.
Hey, you guys, I have water in a cup. Hey, Mikey, you want special hydrogen water?
Oh my God.
Selling fog.
Modality. So we want to try to avoid repeating ourselves too much in each episode. So if you want to start from the beginning, we highly recommend go to episode 1. What is hydrogen therapy? And go from there. So this one, we're just sticking on the topic of what is actually occurring in the body when the H2 molecule is going in.
How the fuck could they know what's happening in the body
ways, and that is
if
through
it's only been
molecular hydrogen
tested
being
on
dissolved
mice?
into water. Another misconception, people say, well, there's already that's not what we're referring to. We're referring to a process where
So these two are in business together?
this would be hydrogen water. Or you
You
can also
give
breathe
hydrogen
gas.
what do you call it,
Process,
that?
and that is an inhalation method. So what does it do when it goes in the body? Again, molecular hydrogen being the smallest
They're
molecule.
playing
You
off
breathe
one
hydrogen
another,
water
but they're both
down the throat. It
profiting
instantly
from
goes into the
Yes.
stomach and then the intestinal tract.
And let me also point out what's this guy's butthead right here? Beavis and Butthead. Logan Paul. I mean, Logan Hart is in his big rig where he has a, pretty high tax paying job moving around fucking, and then these guys who claim to be all into animism and being one with nature say you have to buy a $6,000 machine and be plugged into the wall to be healthy. Like I don't know what more new age
As opposed to sleeping near a redwood tree or something. No,
Yeah.
buy a machine, a redwood machine, because what you do is you strip mine the
these
earth
guys.
and you make trash, and then you get freedom from the trash that you scrape out of the earth by
Look at both
deforestation.
of their faces in this right now.
Oh yeah.
He must give hydrogen water to his dog also.
This dog won't touch that shit.
It's pretty whack, bro. It's pretty whack, bro.
Be diaper.
Oh, let's not forget that I tagged Will and Dustin and all these so-called senior members of the One Great Work Network or the Gilded Chat, and I said, I know you don't have to, but will you just please tell her that she's wrong and incorrect about this bullshit?
Yeah.
And then he just stays silent. And I'm like, fuck you,
Yeah.
will tell
Yeah,
truth.
exactly.
Will tell truth.
Exactly.
Not, Hi, my name is Will Tell Truth. Not, Will Tell Truth if it makes me $6,000 off a hydrogen machine.
Yeah, it just shows he has
big ones. I'll charge you.
He's not interested in the project in the least bit. Like for you to not even to be able to want to spend 10 seconds to be like, lady, like if you're the moderator, you're the guy who's supposed to know more than everyone.
It's not
Like, how
productive.
could you not want to correct?
Actually, Darren's
people?
right, guys. Yeah, but that's the only thing that matters is who is correct.
Yeah.
What is correct is what matters. And then they're like, guys, the dark occult. And I'm like, I don't want slavery to end until humanity becomes moral. And you know why that is? Because it's impossible. It's literally impossible.
Yeah.
We should remain enslaved until we become moral, because our slavery is the result of our immorality. It's literally a causal factor.
It'll happen over again immediately.
Yeah. It's a crime. It's a crime if we let humanity off the hook without changing.
But no, we just need hydrogen machines, guys.
And crypto and drugs and DMT.
There is
goes directly to
there is a spring of hydrogen water on Mount Stupid.
Then the lungs and throughout the body. So
there's a stepwise process. Within 60 seconds, the hydrogen, the molecular hydrogen is already going throughout the body.
I love
So
Will
you can
Keller
even
on
see
too.
in something like inhalation, you kind of bypass
2X.
certain processes from the stomach, the gut.
Man, the efforts they
That's
take
an inhalation method.
to
So
sound.
what does it do when it goes in the body? Again,
What is
molecular
that
hydrogen being
thing
the
on
smallest
his
molecule.
back?
When you're
Oh,
drinking
man,
hydrogen water
crazy.
down the throat, it
He's
instantly goes
talking about the
into the stomach
olfactory
and then the
impact.
intestinal tract. And then
So
from
what
there,
it does
goes
is
into
it
the bloodstream,
increases
goes directly to
jing
the
in
liver,
the
When you take
heart,
it
Dantian.
down
and the
your
lungs, and throughout
throat,
the body.
when you
So
take
And then
it
you
there's a
have
down your
stepwise
turbo
process.
throat,
Within
farts.
60 seconds,
Yeah.
the
explodes
hydrogen,
in
the
your
molecular hydrogen is already
intestines.
going throughout the body. So you can even see in something like inhalation, you kind of bypass certain processes from the stomach,
You put
the gut, to the
you
liver.
free your
and you use the molecular
nostrils.
Mainly
hydrogen
you
from the gut to the lungs,
bypass
straight to the bloodstream.
logical
So there's
reasoning.
pros and cons that we'll touch on
Yeah.
those aspects in a future episode. But being bioavailable and just having prime absorption is one of the key factors
Bioavailable.
for molecular hydrogen. When it enters the blood, it's something called passive diffusion, meaning because H2 is so small, the molecule, and it is neutral,
It
it can go
frees
right through the
your
cellular membrane,
nostrils.
straight into the
Let's look
mitochondria
that up.
and the nucleus of the cell. And that's where it works its magic.
Dude,
Bio.
at the level of atoms and subatomic particles, these motherfuckers don't understand the double slit experiment whatsoever. They literally want you to collapse the wave function and believe in hydrogen so that it manifests in a placebo effect.
So these are buzzwords that are out there within the water world. They're talking.
Yeah.
I see an alkaline water plus, so they've probably grabbed a buzzword that's already out there. Because I just look at
It's
alkaline
it's
water
the same
plus,
scam. It's the same
bioavailable
scheme,
water,
just a new
crucial to health.
machine.
Right.
Yeah. It's the
But
same machine. It's just a new thing for them to sell.
It's a buzzword.
You know what's crazy?
Microscopy is a hallucination, though. When it gets to the molecular and submolecular levels,
It's
it literally
crazy
is.
that, it's crazy that when you drink alkaline water that's on the market now, right? You know, the pH changes when it reaches the stomach, and then it changes again. So it's no effect. I mean, it's just like
Yeah, look at Ariane fucking throwing facts into the mix. What's that like? It's exactly right, dude. Your stomach has a pH of like 2, and then you drink 8 pH water, and it fucks up your stomach. That's all it does.
Yeah. But they're all, well, if you're like unhealthy, your body
you
can't
can put
regulate
a
it.
label on it's
That kind of
natural
thing.
or like healthy or whatever. Like it's just some scam. I mean,
Yep.
I think this problem was a direct fault of the company.
Basically,
I think it was like a
Keller is going
shipping
against
thing
natural
or a
law.
return item, perhaps.
Yeah.
He's
So I
lying.
decided to reorder this tester, and in the meantime, I came across this potentially sinister scenario that may be one of the contributing reasons hydrogen water fell off the map a couple years ago.
Consumers hoping to improve their health say they were tricked into buying a hydrogen water machine for thousands of dollars. This morning, WNR2 News' Mallory.
So as I'm waiting for all my testing equipment and other hydrogen water bottles to get here, I just went down the rabbit hole on scams in this whole industry. No, I'm not talking about whether or not this electrolysis process actually makes legitimate hydrogen-enriched water. And no, I'm not talking about influencers taking a cheap product and then selling it to their followers for 10 times the price. In fact, what makes this one special is this alleged scam happened to the influencers.
This is too funny.
Hey, yeah. This is just Kevin Buckingham, and I'm just calling regarding the program you have with the hydrogen water system. You guys reached out to me in an email.
Oh, yeah, Kevin. Good stuff.
Oh,
Good
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Thank you.
Followers.
Yeah, you got a lot of followers.
Well,
we saw this. Huh?
Yeah.
With the machine and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. This is just
Started over.
Kevin
How weird.
Kevin Buckingham, and I'm just calling regarding the program you have with the hydrogen water system. You guys reached out to me.
The size of this thing and the capacity of the amount of water this thing holds was actually kind of annoying. I was constantly filling this thing up and then charging the water up. And then out of nowhere, in the middle of consuming this water all the time, I was hit with a concern that was presented in the comment sections of forums and various hydrogen water videos. some people were suspecting that by this hydrogen water bottle producing process, some of the water would turn from H2O to H3O, which apparently is very acidic. And the first problem that came to my mind would be drinking this all the time could cause erosion of the teeth. Not wanting to have another tooth issue from an experiment, I got myself a pH tester, tested my filtered water, and then tested the EcoGo Plus. And well, to my surprise, at least according to this pH meter, the EcoGo Plus seemed to be a higher pH when compared to my filtered water. I decided to test all the other hydrogen producing water bottles I had as well, and well, they also produced a higher pH than my filtered water. Now, when I tested the water from the hydrogen producing tablet, I got a more acidic pH. But remember when I was reading off those ingredients? Well, those ingredients included some acids. So maybe it was just those diffusing into the water. So I don't know, a lot of scientists maybe just jump to conclusions out there without really thinking about this, or maybe my pH meter's wrong, or something else. Because I was under the impression that it never became H3O, but rather H2O with H2 gas infused in water. I don't know. Let me know your thoughts.
Now you guys got to check out how great this is. So when the EcoGo runs out of batteries, all you got to do is plug it into this USB-C power charger, which goes to a USB-B here, I think. And then, well, my laptop actually doesn't have a USB. All right, get this adapter right here that has a 2 to a C. Nope, wrong one.
So anyway, yeah. I can't even...
About these tools in the funnel conference, who puts this on? Who's the main boss?
Will.
That's what
Will
I thought.
And Chris Jansen.
So when someone posts,
Derek Bartolocelli.
So when somebody posts from the official account, that means it's one of the main dudes, right?
Yeah.
So I had posted some stuff about natural law earlier, and to his credit, Oscar was actually taking the stance that now veganism is the correct moral perspective, and this dude Calv said something, and I was like, no, I disagreed, and I said this is supposed to be somewhat of an inner circle compared to normie society. We don't have the luxury of time to play with feelings and erroneous notions. We need to force ourselves to do the things we don't want to do. Learn it, know it, live it. Moral reprobates and sycophants basking in the glory of Mark Passio's sacrifice is what I see.
Yeah.
And then the actual official funnel account said, they said, what did they say? Part of the point of all this is to focus on the primary issue, human slavery. And then I responded, by way of morality, because there's no other way. Slavery is ultimately imposed by God by way of karmic reactions.
Yeah.
And I said the true message of the Tesseract, also known as the Hypercube, is that there is no cheat code. Saturn is the personification of reaping what we sow. This force of cosmic justice is uncompromising. He can't be bargained with. He can't be reasoned with. He doesn't feel pity or remorse. All we have to do is dovetail our actions with natural law. Reality itself will implode before it lets us egoistically dominate. And I said, involution or entropy is the collapse of the wave function. When we rectify ourselves through wisdom, we square the circle, realize the 47th problem of Euclid. To be right is to be good. By the way, 47, 4 and 7 is 11. The universe is a justice machine. 1 without a second, 3 and 1, 1 and 3, thoughts, words, and deeds, wholeness, Om Tat Sat. Fucking crickets. Nobody fucking gave it a thumbs up. Nothing. Not even a like. No, bro. They gotta fuck me, basically, is what I got out of it. Yeah. Completely ignored me. And I'm like, bro, I should kick your teeth in for fucking ignoring that and not applauding.
Nature is natural because
fuck ups of natural law 4. Send us your money.
Fuck ups of natural law 4. Oh boy!
Like
all
the
right.
third time we fucked it up, only one more.
Yeah.
Let's see what's in store.
Well,
PJ,
I'm gonna
fuckface.
be on Europa Natural Law this week. I was actually invited on, which was a very funny turn of events. So it'll be fun next Sunday morning. I'll be on that show. Doing
sleeping for me again.
The topic of the show is external anarchy, how we live anarchy. So we're gonna be making some slides and doing kind of a good presentation for it.
My buddies and I, we made a channel on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. Internal Monarchy is the name, but in Serbian, Unutrašnja monarhija is the name. I will send you. Yeah. we're gonna put interviews and like outreach on the streets of Belgrade about taxation and all that stuff. Really cool.
Sick.
Yeah.
I sent you some etymology on how znati, the Serbian verb to know, is related to Sanskrit jnana.
Yeah.
And also
Sanskrit, a lot of
gnosis, and also knowledge.
Yeah.
Dope.
And,
a lot of Sanskrit
yeah.
words in Serbian language.
Sure, of course, Indo-European root. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're about to crush 4.5 hours. Allie made a soup last night with like 50 ingredients in it, and I'm hungry. She's souping it up. She's warming it up. Souping it up. She's souping it up.
Thanks for doing this.
And good job, Darren. Holy shit.
Thanks for doing this. I'm just like, life is short, dude, and I can't keep my mouth shut, dude. I can't fucking play with people's feelings and shit. Like, honestly, like, we know Christianity is a psyop, but look in the book of Jude, and it said, like, pull them out of the fire, hating even the garment defiled by the flesh. You need to grab these people by the lapels and fucking shake them awake, because you know what? If you don't do it, some other piece of shit's going to snatch the soul out of their body.
Earlier in my life,
They live style. Unrelenting.
Yes. Ain't no fucking bubble gum.
Shadow work.
Yeah, we're out of bubble gum.
And it's interesting that you say that, because I mean, I don't know the likes of, I don't know Meg, I don't know Miko, like whatever, but other than she was helpful in a different way.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you. Yeah. That's how they get your IP address too, by the way.
Oh shit.
I know. Alicia and I are like, whoop. It's got ours, but oh well.
But you know, I'd like to think that with the likes of Jerry, she's well intended, just misguided, allegedly. But
we ultimately we all are. And if it wasn't for the great work, I wouldn't criticize her at all. If she was just like my neighbor or you know, a coworker, I wouldn't. You know, I want her to fully break her programming. They don't want her. The archons that possess people don't want her to wake up. Because she has a very powerful spiritual battery, and they're harvesting her energy. See, she is powerful. That's why they try so hard to grab her.
Psychic vampirism.
That's the whole reason.
Yikes.
You know?
Well, all right, y'all. It's get some sleep, Ariane.
Thanks for hanging in there as always.
Yeah, I slept at the afternoon, so I'm maybe take a walk or something. I'm
Wow.
Crazy.
And then do you go to work right after this?
Maybe something, maybe like, but I'm okay. I'm like, Sunday was really like a laid back day, so it's cool. It's worth it. I mean, like we are learning every podcast. We are learning from each other, and it's my brain is working. Like our brains are always working more in the night, so it's really good to train it with a dose of humor and like really cool. So
versus just like being in bed alone thinking about all this cool shit. You're like, man, I should get out of bed and write this down or something. And then you wake up in the morning and you forget. That's the worst.
And we have we give ourselves we share thoughts, and we maybe get some new ideas what we can do, right? So
Cross-pollinate.
Yeah. So it's really cool to also together reanalyze other people's dishonesty, right? And how they talk about natural law and they do the opposite, like they misinform people, which is a breach of natural law, right? Which Keller is doing, for example. I don't know, like, and like, why are you like wearing those shirts and everything and selling hydrogen or whatever, like it's totally hypocritical, right?
Wearing the shirts.
In the path to finding what truth is, it's easy to be misguided because it's in those moments that you're most open, and that's where they can really get you and get you that infiltrate you. And it's just trying to discern the snake oil or the evil from the truth and the light.
Yeah, you have to.
The best of us have been fooled in different ways, and that's part of the journey. But it's hopefully about being a fellow student or fellow whatever, just trying
Being
to help
humble
show
also,
the
you
light
know.
to
Yeah.
those that are perhaps, in our estimation, being misguided or and even worse, misleading others.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Just because you don't have the courage to
You're
say,
smiling
yeah,
today.
maybe I'm wrong.
Ali was smiling. I don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately, I paid $9,000 a year in taxes from my piece of shit W-2 job to the federal government. But guess what I do? Yeah, but what are they going to do with $9,000? Buy 100 fucking magazines for an M16?
Yeah.
What I do is then I take all of my spare time, every moment that I'm awake, and some of the time I'm asleep, and I spend my time and whatever money is left over after they steal from my paycheck, and I fucking put it into learning and doing the great work.
Cryptocurrency.
No. buying copies of Mark's work and sending it to people that I know. And buying arc drives and, you know, like donating and getting an arc drive and then you know what I mean? The money thing, they want us to think that money is the way, but like, yeah, it's bad, but it's just like a word doesn't cost me money to speak. But I will spend my own money donating to channels and creators and materials for people. Like
your currency is your energy and intention.
Before I forget, 2 things. Everyone hit the like button.
Done
Everybody
already.
subscribe. And then we're going to be putting together a vegan arc.
Nice.
Vegan natural law arc. So if anybody has any, this is going to obviously take a little bit of time, but if anyone has any recommendations, also we're taking recommendations, but we're going to put together like a more modern, because I don't know. The arc's really cool. Mark's arc is really cool, but it's pretty dated.
You want to do like 128 gig flash drive or something? Or
Yeah,
you think
something like that. Yeah, like.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll
They're
see how
so
much stuff
cheap
that we
these
get
days.
together as
Yeah.
far as, like, spec.
And also, if you have any like practical advice on how to become a real entrepreneur as opposed to like a snake oil salesman, I'm down. But I'd rather let the government steal from me and tell people the truth than bullshit people and call it natural law. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a
They're not lying.
gradation. There's a gradation to that. Like,
yeah.
I'm trying to tell people we need to get off the plantation, and then someone's telling them, dude, we're off the plantation. All you got to do is buy my bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't like
There are
when people
many
say this.
snake oil salesmen out there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
So
People
nice.
say like, "Oh, you don't want to pay taxes." They don't use the roads, all that stuff, right? So,
Yeah,
Lisa,
the
you look
roads.
like you're in your 20s.
Yeah.
Seriously.
You hear me?
Why?
I said, Alicia, you look like you're in your 20s.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up.
Some of you know how old I am, and it's over 50.
Whoa.
What?
Darn.
It's just a number, man.
Yeah, just wait till next year. If you keep
And
it
that's
up.
how many days?
This is 4
4
months.
months.
4
And
months?
53 pounds down.
Okay.
Juice twins. You gonna do it, Darren?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do it slower. Like, obviously, I went vegan, and then I think I might go 1 meal a day, then to juicing, and then I might have to leave it at juicing with water fasts occasionally, and then because
And
I
then
work like
hydrogen
insane
fast,
amount of
that's right.
hours every week, so you know.
Yeah.
But this is my plan. So 1/12 of my budget I should save every month. Like, so like let's just say you make
Put it into
fictitious
crypto.
numbers. No. Oh yeah, and do it in the private, like she said. I mean, wait a minute. I do everything in the private and private membership. But no, like what I'm doing is like there's 12 months in a year, right? So if you make like 4,000 a month, then you save 1/12 of that income, and then over the course of 12 months, you have enough money for a month off of work. So even if I have to quit my job, I'll do a fucking water fast once I have enough funds to support myself through the brumation period.
I think
Because Cobra Kai never die.
honestly, the point I would say is make it bespoke to you and your world and your budget and your time available, and something is better than nothing. You know,
Right. Right, like going to juice, but maybe not doing water fast.
Is good.
Yeah, now it's gonna be Ramadan, so you can fast on Ramadan.
Alhamdulillah.
So yeah, I would just like you want to clean out the pipes between the brain and the stomach, and then the colon, and
right.
And how you do it, just whatever.
Like the bath towel.
Yeah.
Oh.
I like the sideways. Like swallowing a knife.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
Or hydrogen. Hydrogen.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hydrogen water.
But I will, I will say it came back to definitely on the ready, but it was Allie had two things concurrently. One, Allie had Mark Passio's video on her YouTube thing. I always give you that credit, the vignette video on sentient beings, and it was like it just clicked. Scott Gordon came on and talked about water fasting, and the whole thing just like took like within a week. It's just like boom. It happened like that.
See, I get 5 days off of work a year. 5 paid days off.
Like that's insane.
Yeah.
In Europe, you walk into 6 weeks.
Right. Right.
That's it's vacation.
Oh,
depends. I think.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
In Serbia, it's like 2 weeks. I think.
Is it? Oh,
that's standard for any halfway decent American job is 2 weeks.
Probably at least 4 to start.
Depends
Crock
how
of
much
shit, dude.
you work.
Yeah.
I think if you're 2 years, then you have right. If you're like working like 15 years in a firm, then maybe you have right for 3 weeks.
But no, what I would do is just like after a year of saving money, I'll put in an application with another job and then give my 2 weeks notice and then just take a month or two off work and not give a shit because I have cash reserves.
Or you just like honestly, you just the only thing that you need like really it's the autophagy, and that's gonna level you. Really, it's just do juicing, like just do juicing and then do solid. Like you'll just change the ratio. You'll be fine. Like that's still really good. You don't need to quit these things.
From
If you have a month off, go
12
travel somewhere and enjoy yourself. Honestly.
Yeah.
Coconuts in the tropics.
What?
Coconuts in the tropics.
Why not? That'll feel your soul.
Go hang out with my homie in Pacific Beach over there in San Diego.
No. Like so,
San Diego stuff.
It doesn't have to be.
Go to Acapulco.
It does. I used to live in San Diego. I know it sucks.
Obi's cool. Obi's cool though. There's cool bars there. But anyway, well, I'll see you guys next week, maybe.
Is
I
it?
don't really
Or let
know.
us know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We need to work. We should all work on some presentations.
Yeah, no copyrighted material, guys.
Yeah, don't breach any contracts.
Learn
Don't
the
breach any
expressions of
contracts.
consciousness.
No, do not mock the occult.
Yes.
Don't be a failure of consciousness.
But failure of consciousness. Yes, that's a good one. But yeah, we'll see. Let's do some shit though this next couple of weeks. I've had a lot of like I don't know, a lot of ideas, but you know.
Yeah, put them in the chats.
It was nice taking a month off.
Yeah, that's why it's so obvious with Alicia because it's been like four weeks or more.
Yeah, it's been well, both of you. It's been a month, so you know.
It's cool. It's good to.
But we'll see you guys in the chat. Make sure and check out FUNL4. Make sure to support them. No, we're critiquing them. We should still support them. They're still at least doing something.
Build bridges.
Yeah. And hopefully one day maybe we'll have Will Keller on the show.
Inshallah.
Unblocks.
Inshallah. All right. Night, you guys.
Good night, man. Good night.
Peace.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you. To every